Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
We are in our second year of our cruiser professional learning community, and we have these five principles that we follow. They are in order. We focus on learning, we collaborate, we take responsibility, we ask what are the results, we decide what to do next.
Thank you so much. Mr. Vice President, if we could have the review of the belief statement and board norms, please.
We believe all cruisers are valuable. We will unconditionally serve, support, and inspire. Therefore, every cruiser will maximize their unique purpose, potential, and power to produce the results they want. As leaders of the district, we will always strive to support the mission and vision of the district, be prepared, informed, and ready for meetings, respect one another as elected representatives of the community, be open-minded, and recognize one another's strengths, the value of diverse perspectives, and mutual commitment to the mission and vision of the district. Allow members to complete their thoughts and statements before others comment. Allow members to be heard and listen to all perspectives with an open mind. Stay focused on the task at hand and respectfully redirect each other when needed. Maintain confidentiality and communicate board policies. Ensure trust and transparency in all dealings. And after a vote is cast, leave meetings united as one voice no matter the outcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. Now we will move on to our agenda approval. Now, before we do that, I wanted to mention there was a change. We did have a request from board members, and we try to work with everyone, so our board agenda has changed. For those of you that may have saw it earlier, there was a slight change, and there's some on the table. It is up to date online, so if you're looking at something that you may have downloaded before, that has since changed. So do I have a first for our agenda approval with our new agenda for board members should be on this two-sheeter here, not your bound packet, because there was a change based off of an email we received today.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I have Ms. Gray is first, Mr. Bowers second. Any comments, anything, any additional? I think we got everyone's request and tried to accommodate us so.
Yeah, I would like all items moved from the consent agenda.
That's already done, Mr.
I'm sorry.
Kirshner.
I'm looking at this package and it just says,
We're going to remove consent agenda. There is none.
okay.
It was all removed.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That was the change that was made.
Great. I would also ask that we move our executive session to before we approve personnel.
It is. We have two executive sessions.
That's in there too.
That is.
Cool.
So that is already taken care of, sir. So we just need to remove consent agenda since everything is moved out. There is no item G. Okay. But on here it is. I just want to make sure we got that. Okay. Thank you. Is there anything else from anyone else? So it looks like our agenda is good.
The only other item I would say is the review of use of school premises. If we could address in that school premises maintenance, specifically the playground equipment that's been brought up as part of that, I think that would be excellent.
Okay, we'll discuss that when we get to item J16 then.
Thank you.
You can. All right, and remember that's a first read, so we can make those recommendations for a second, correct? All right. Is there anything else?
That's it.
All right, sounds good. Thank you for all your work, Mr. Collier, on this. Mr. Treasurer, if we could have roll call, please.
Mrs. Dauberberger?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Kirshner?
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh?
All right, motion passes. Now we're on to public participation, and I have two for this evening. Just a couple things I want to read. All meetings of the board and board appointed committees are open to the public. In order for the Board of Education to fulfill its obligation to complete the planned agenda in an effective and efficient fashion, a maximum of 30 minutes of public participation may be permitted at each regular Board of Education meeting. Each person addressing the Board of Education shall give his or her name, phone number, address, organization representative, any and pertinent background information. If several people wish to speak, each person is allotted 3 minutes until the total time of 30 minutes is used. During that period, no person may speak twice until all who desire to speak have had the opportunity to do so. Persons desiring more time should submit their request in writing to the Board of Education office or email public.comment@gocruisers.org 7 days prior to the scheduled meeting. The period of public participation may be extended by a majority vote of the board members present and voting. Please remember that state law prohibits discussion of specific employees or their job performance at a public meeting. State law does allow for discussions by board members regarding employees in executive session of the board. So the first person we could call up, Mr. David, looks like Reynolds.
Hello. Um, yep, my name is David Reynolds, longtime local of Groveport, all the way through. Recently went to my son's school assessment for kindergarten. This is at Sedalia. I'm not sure if you've been there recently. I'm assuming you haven't, but the conditions of the playground, the slides, the metal that's rusted and exposed. My son's gonna start going there this year. Do I need to continue speaking? I sent most of this to everyone's email. The superintendent's secretary got this. I'd hope you've seen it by today. It's been a pretty long business day. I've done a ton, believe it or not.
Okay.
And then everybody else, I've sent it to your personal Facebooks. I'll send it to your emails as well to make sure you get a copy.
Okay.
And I've had some feedback from board member Kirshner. Other than that, I hope in your executive session you can chat about your reality of the school district and the last time maybe you went to the school and maybe how frequently you should be going, along with the handicap swing that had been denied multiple times at this school. You should be proud of that, along with it's just too much. The trash. I went there this summer just to take a peek, and there was like a bed sheet tied up to it. And then while we were there that day, there was an overflown trash can, and I watched 3 pickup trucks drive by it with Groveport logos on them, with empty beds. And it's just like, what is going on in this place, you know? And maybe it took me having kids to really settle back into it, because I kind of been out of it. I've been recovering, you know what I mean? So that's all.
Thank you
People
very
should be
much.
ashamed. Thank you for listening to me.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Now, since you mentioned Facebook, I'll double check and see if I can find that message. Mr. Group, can you make sure we get the email from Mr. Reynolds, because I don't have a copy of that.
Yes, I don't have Facebook anymore, so if you could send me.
Yes, I will get that. I'll have to, excuse me, as you know, my secretary
Yes.
is not with
Yeah.
us anymore. So if it didn't come directly to me, I wouldn't have seen it yet, but I'll check. I'll get access to her email
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
and
What was
forward it.
the last name? 'Cause
Reynolds is the last name.
Reynolds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Thank you, Mr. Group. Miss Amy Davy.
Hello and good evening. So my name's Amy Davy, and I brought my son, Titan Jones. He's back there in the back. The reason that I came this evening is part of this is my fault. Part of this, I believe, is the district's fault. But I received notification that my son's school was going to be changed to Sedalia. I honestly thought the school district had lost their mind, and I work half of the week in Memphis for Nike, and I work the other half of the week here in Columbus, Ohio. So wasn't really on my radar to pay attention. When we bought our house in 2019, I moved my kids from Columbus City Schools. So I'm going to tell you a story. A lot of people would say, "Oh, Columbus City Schools, it's so awful." My worst time as a parent, and my oldest child is 25. I've been parenting for 25 years. My youngest is 10. The best times that I've had with my kids in school have been in Columbus City Schools. Okay, so moving to Groveport, I thought we're upgrading our kids' lives. All right, we're very involved still to this day with, programs through the Deltas and the Columbus City Council. And there's a lot of things that I do as a parent to teach my kids that they have a responsibility for themselves. They have a responsibility to their peers. And they need to be really good stewards of this community. I'm just upset. I'm not really sad. So, in that, I'm here to fight for my kid, right? They show up for me when they show up and show themselves in good standing in public, and I'm going to stand here and fight for my kid. This is not a huge deal to some people, but in 2019, when we bought our house, my son was enrolled to Asbury Elementary. He started kindergarten there. He has been there for kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade. Okay. I am a creature of habit. We participate, we go to functions. I did career day last year with my husband there. This year, his school was moved to Sedalia because that was his actual home school. So I've talked to Jamie, I've talked to Mr. Smathers, and my ask was, please don't do that to him his last year in elementary school. Like, please don't do that. He came home crying Monday because he thought they took him to the wrong school. I have kept him out of school for the last 2 days, and that is my fail as a parent. That's my pride saying I'm not going to move off of this subject. Now, the school district has offered to move him back if I provide transportation. I support 16 buildings of a company that is here in Groveport. I don't have that to do this year. So I have asked, please bus him like you have for the past 5 years to the elementary school that you assigned him to 5 years ago. That's my only ask as a parent. It's the only thing I have asked. So that's why I came here to speak tonight, because I haven't gotten a response or a resolve to this. And I need this figured out so I can send him back to school, which he should be in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davy. All right, on to recognitions and presentations, Mr. Superintendent.
Okay, as we've been doing, instruction is a priority, so we have our instructional presentations first. And so our first one tonight is Carol Morbitzer is going to talk about the Teacher Toolbox Academy, our professional development.
Good evening. Before I talk about the Teacher Toolbox Academy, which was our all-day PD, just kind of want to talk about the first 4 days with our new teachers. Extremely excited about the group of teachers that we hired this year. We had a 4-day new teacher and orientation. I'd like to thank GMLEA, Joy, and Teresa did a great job helping look at that agenda. They primarily took care of a lot of the food for and organizing the different meals, so that was great. Mike and I spent 2 hours with the new teachers on the very last day, and super excited for this group of teachers to be cruisers. So we're looking forward to the new year. This is just a quick overview. I just gave you access to the website that our teachers use to sign up for the Teacher Toolbox Academy. We had over 20 different sessions. Nate, if you can click on the link right there. If you click on this link, this will only work if you're using your Go Cruisers email. So we shut down the site for our teachers to use, but you can kind of look over the website and see these are all the options that our teachers had throughout the day. It was anywhere from our training for CKLA, which is our new curriculum that supports the science of reading. And these are all the different sessions each hour. You could see the overview of each session. The teachers had choices all the way to the very end of the day. On the last session was the Franklin County Sheriff's Department came and did a drug education street smart presentation. Really impressive. So I encourage you to to look at the different sessions. There was a lot for the teachers to take it, and they had their choice for most cases. Obviously, we had our ELA teachers in K-5 go to the new curriculum training. If you go, and you can go through the next, and Nate, just go back to the PowerPoint, sorry. If you can go through those, you can see some of we took a survey of results from the teachers, what they thought about the sessions, and some great feedback. We will meet as a professional development committee and look over the survey results from the teachers, take that into account for next year. Who do we ask back? Who do we, maybe limit a session? But overall extremely positive feedback for the day. And it's a lot of work that goes into it, but we were excited to offer what we did to the teachers. So I encourage you to look over everything.
I have a question. Is this just for new teachers or was this?
No,
for
this is
everybody?
for the entire
Okay.
teaching staff.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, every teacher. So they came back the first day, and then this is what we did the entire day at the high school on August 7th, I believe was the date. So, like I said, we had Amplify CKLA training. These are just some of the comments. And if you just kind of go quickly through those, Pass Foundation came out. They did several presentations, talked to our teachers about taking advantage of free hands on science labs that we can rent from them and send back. Utilizing AI in the classroom, building resiliency with youth, and I'm just reading off some of them, preventing student behavior from escalating. What does the science say? And then I think the final one that I have up here is Operation Street Smart Drug Education. So it was a great day. It was exciting.
And actually, excuse me, to the website, the interactive website to sign up and do this, we replaced some software that we've been using and saved a little bit of money.
Yeah, so we had been using a software called Sketch, and so originally I was using that. Was going to use it again. Found out that it was $600. I didn't like even spending $600, but we were going to possibly use it, and then I found out that was $600 for 250 or 250 teachers. It was going to be $1,200 for our entire staff to use. So instead, I built the website. I just built the website, added all the sessions, so it didn't cost us anything. So,
Awesome.
all right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Next, we have Mike Morbitzer. He's going to share some interesting information.
So, my usual update is all about academics. It's about data. It's about our systems. It's about our Cruiser PLC. This has a different purpose, but a very important one. My wife, Carol, and I, we were especially affected when we heard about Gabriel Smith in July. Our daughter, Sarah Sue, has a rare heart condition. It's called tetralogy of Fallot. Remarkably, Groveport Madison High School principal Jeff Altman's son, Colton, has the same rare heart condition. Both Sarah Sue and Colton had life-saving surgeries. They were fortunate that their conditions were identified at birth when doctors heard a very tiny sound that identified their conditions. That good fortune should be available to all parents, but it isn't. Elective EKGs and echocardiograms are extremely expensive. 8 years ago, we wanted to know if our son Anthony also had Sarah's heart conditions. These heart conditions can go undiagnosed in young people until sudden cardiac arrest changes their lives and the lives of those who love them. For Anthony, the other students, and their parents, we brought MCOR to our school. In July, we called MCOR again. MCOR is based in Columbus and serves a multi-state region. The nonprofit organization promotes heart screenings nationwide and has a mobile unit that they will set up in our school. MCOR's mobile unit program includes imaging done by registered cardiac sonographers who upload content that is then read by pediatric cardiologists. MCOR conducts an EKG and a limited echo. The imaging in PDF and MP4 files is stored online and available to parents via their secure website account. Sign up is easy, and the fee is minor compared to elective EKGs and echoes, which can range from hundreds to thousands of dollars. We have MCOR scheduled for October 8th at our high school. MCOR's fee for the heart screening is only $79, but many of our families may need assistance. We plan to offset some of that cost for families. MCOR has appointment slots to screen 29 students in a day. Our plan is to have a one-day event at Groveport Madison High School for the GMHS athletes and then determine the demand for future screening events at our school. Again, our heart screening event is for students on Tuesday, October 8th at the high school. Registration is open now on MCOR's website, and the screenings take just 8 minutes. These screenings will be part of Gabriel's legacy for his teammates, his classmates, and Groveport Madison.
Thank you. I was thinking, do you think there's a way to partner with Primary One as well, or figure out any of the offset fees?
Certainly, we have a
So-
few options that we're looking at. It's a
Okay.
fantastic idea.
Okay.
Just a thought or Russ.
Yeah. Do we have any? Because with the Is there any funds from that?
No, there's no funds for that. That all went to
We-
student debt.
It all went to student debt. Okay.
Okay, okay, I'm just checking to see if there was any extra. This
But
would
now
be a
we'll add that
wonderful
as an
opportunity
initiative
to use
for
it.
this school year's golf outing.
We have slots for 29 students to be registered for their screenings. That's talking with MCOR. They suggest that the students and their parents do pay some small fee and encourages students to actually show up for the appointments. So what we're looking at is to cover $59 of, or $59 of the 79, and so that would equal $1,711. And we're going to make sure that this is that offset. I promise that $1,711 will cover all the students.
So you said 50 or 59. I'm
So $59 is what
That's
we're going to
what we're
cover.
gonna
So
cover.
the
So
students and their parents
$20.
would have $20
thank you. Yeah.
to cover.
If there's any that aren't able to do that, please let the board know.
Yes,
Absolutely.
please. Thank you, Ms. Gray.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison.
Thank you.
And what a great way to honor
Quick
Gabriel.
question. I'm sorry, I couldn't get out to. I wanted to ask, this has a lot to do with AEDs too. Do we have a lot of those? And do we have training on those also?
First, I'd like to say thank you for doing this, and second, I'd like to say this came up because of a very difficult situation with one of our students, and this is really great. So, Mr. Morpser, thanks for organizing this. Two, we have the AEDs. They're in every building. They're here. They're with our athletic directors, and they're on the fields, and we check them, make sure they're up to date, and with up-to-date batteries.
Great, thank you.
And there's proper training done on
And
this as
training,
well.
yes.
Yeah.
What was that?
I don't know what.
I was thinking that we had a presentation a while back about some of the newer equipment. But I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'd just like to make a quick comment. GMLEA would like to partnership with the district, and if you give me that dollar amount, I can have a check in your hand tomorrow.
It's awesome. Thank you.
Wow. We can cover that out of one of our scholarship funds. We have them.
That's incredible. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's awesome. Thank you, Joy, and GMLEA.
All right. That's awesome. Now we're on the board items. F, Student Advisory Committee update. I know we've got some new applications, probably through final form, so we'll get that report. We do plan on resuming those fairly quickly. So we'll need, if Mr. You all work with the buildings, so we can get back in the building quicker. I know middle school wanted to, and high school wanted to do an additional program for Hispanic Heritage Month, similar to Black History Month. And so with that kind of covering September, October, we need to start meeting with those students before the end of October, if possible. So that if we could get coordination with the buildings for that, that would be great.
Yep,
And we'll need the list of new applicants, the roster, and all of that, because we did those in final forms this time.
that's correct.
Okay. Any questions or comments from anyone?
Just want to make sure that those students that were on it from last year get carried forward.
Yes.
List.
Yeah. And then item 2, best practices for fraud prevention. This is a discussion with Miss Jamie Scott.
Hello. So for this section, I didn't really have a presentation. I knew that there were some questions, and I had reached out to Mr. Kirshner this week. So I wasn't exactly sure what sort of questions you had specifically about the fraud that we're finding, that we're looking for, but I'm prepared to answer any questions that you may have, since I didn't receive a response.
Yeah, I provided specifics to the superintendent as far as the one issue that I was concerned about.
But as far as in an open board meeting, I cannot discuss specific student information.
Right.
It's a violation of FERPA.
Right. But yeah, I provided specifics for the item that I was curious, that I wanted to understand. So.
So, are there any questions for me as far as items that I can discuss in the board meeting?
I not right offhand. I mean, I was looking for that specific for a specific example of one particular case at that point. So.
Yes, and I would not be at
Right,
liberty to
definitely.
discuss that.
So you said at our last meeting, there's like 100, we discovered 100 cases of fraud in our attendance this past year. Is that correct?
No, not 100 cases of fraud. What we have been finding as we have been going through reviewing residency and doing residency checks, we have been encountering fraud with fraudulent leases being uploaded, with fraudulent bills being uploaded. We've developed a great relationship with the leasing agents in the area to be able to get blank copies of their leases to know what their standard lease looks like. We know what should be signed versus what is not. We know the fonts that are used. We know all of the terminology. And so that is something that I've been working with my team on as we are reviewing leases. The same with utility bills. Without disclosing what I have found out, because I'd like to keep that to my team. We are able to identify within leases, or I guess not, excuse me, within utility bills and things where the fraud is occurring, so that we are able to identify if it is a fraudulent bill or if it is one that is actually valid. So we have been able to uncover those things by working with companies and with landlords. And so we have trained each other as we are finding things to make sure that we're staying on top of it, to be able to recognize it and make sure that we're being good stewards of the district's money.
I believe what you said was there at one point was 100 cases of the McKinney-Vento, and you had gotten them down to like around 10. Is that right?
Yes, because what had happened over the course of transitions, students had qualified and were not, that designation had not necessarily been removed. So one of the things that I did when I came in is contacted the families. I go through a re-verification process where we ask standard questions that match the qualifying criteria. And then based on the answers to those questions, we will then talk with the families about whether or not they meet the federal criteria. If they do, then we'll continue working with them and connect with transportation and community resources. If they don't, we will work with them if they're in our district in maintaining enrollment, or if they are residing in another district, how to transition the enrollment. The thing about the McKinney-Vento is that once a student is qualified during the school year, they are able to maintain enrollment in that school for the remainder of the year, even if that designation changes. And so that's why it's really important for my team and I to do the verifications over the summer, because we want to do the right thing by the kids and the families. And if they now are in a situation that they don't qualify, we can get them to start the school year in their district of residence, because we don't want to cause disruptions for the kids. So, we will have verification conversations over the school year, but they will still maintain their qualifying status under federal law until the end of the school year.
So the only other thing I would point out is the experience that was relayed by the public speaker today was not an isolated case. So I got a call from a friend, and I could hear the little girl in the background crying because she went to the bus and was told you're not allowed on, and they had missed an email and whatever communication. So the residency was good, but they hadn't, I guess, done what they needed to do to validate their residency.
Okay.
So, and not just that, but then, oh, by the way, you did K through 5 at Glendenning, and congratulations, you're now at Madison
Yes.
for fifth grade. So there's been at least two instances where someone's gone completely through their elementary school to their last year, and now they're being displaced. They're upset because they're in
Yes.
cheerleading, GYA, and that kind of.
Correct. And in those situations, I made a point of sending out notifications starting in April with specific letters to the family saying, this is your home school. This is where you have been attending. The board policy stipulates the homeschool is the priority for transportation purposes. You will be attending this new school in the fall. If you want to continue at your existing school, here is the link for the interdistrict transfers. And again, I sent those out multiple times in April and May. I updated final forms. I sent emails and communications through final forms for those school changes. And I specifically sent it to the families that were directly impacted, that were previously overflowed, that were previous interdistrict transfers, because we know those only last for a year. And they have to be renewed because it's based on space and growth and all of those things. And so we did that. And then with the residential affidavits, I made no fewer than 8 attempts using 3 different methods of communication: email, phone, and text. The only thing I did not do is send out letters because that is tremendously costly to the district, especially when we're getting returned mail back, which is what has prompted some of these residency verifications to begin with. But we do all of the information based on the information that is updated from the families. And so we are constantly saying, please log in, update your information in final form so that we do have the correct email. We have the correct phone number. I have the list of what letters went to what families. They're verified that they went. If we got errors, we went to the next person in line that was identified as emergency contacts if it didn't go to the parents. And so it's not going to just one person. It's going to both parents identified or both guardians. And then if we had errors, we sent it to the emergency contact. So we made multiple attempts to notify the families in addition to updating the systems. And I know it's a struggle. I have kids of my own, but I promise you that we did. And I have been working with so many families trying to make things work and offering up the IDT process, provided that we have space. Unfortunately, some of our elementaries, because of new enrollments, are full. And I do not have space for people that reside outside of the boundaries, because I don't think it's fair to displace someone that lives within a school boundary to send them somewhere else when they could be attending their school of residence. So really, if I can figure out a way to make it work with the transfers, I do that. But I'm trying to be cognizant of the people that live within the boundaries.
And
Okay,
when you-
quick question. Let me
go
get
ahead.
this down. So you said it's costly. So we have a lot of families who have fourth graders who are going to be fifth graders who are being displaced, and it's so costly we could not send them letters in the mail.
No, I'm talking about the residency affidavits.
Oh, I'm talking about the
Because we had
we're
almost
talking about the
1,000.
students who were being taken away from the schools that they've gone to, kindergarten through fourth grade. Now they're in fifth grade, and they're being transferred to a new school.
We
And
sent
those
it.
parents coming here and talking to us saying, "Hey, I didn't know." They did not receive letters,
They
and you
did.
said it was very costly. So I'm assuming there were a lot of parents who were in that situation. Is that the fact?
No, that's not the case. We
Okay.
not only did I send those out via email, we sent them to the school and sent them home with the kids, so that they had physical copies of the letters as
To
well.
me, I'm just, just thinking off the cuff here. This is a pretty serious situation when you got a child from kindergarten to fourth grade being at one school. When we went to school, fifth grade, that was graduation. Well, it was sixth grade back then. You graduated from elementary school. That was a big party and everything. From the elementary school with all your friends. And now these children, how is that going to impact those children? And what's the cost going to be to the district to get them over that emotional hurdle that they're now going to be thrown into?
Yes, but we're talking about notifications for 2 different things.
Okay.
For those, I sent the letters to the schools and hand delivered them. The secretaries gave them to the teachers and the students. So those were physical letters in addition to the electronic. The residency affidavits, which are the verifications I did, which were almost 1,000 students.
Okay.
Again, of which the majority were prompted by returned mail or things like that. I did not mail home letters for those, but I did do hard copies of the other.
So the affidavits, we have nearly 1,000 students with.
We did. We do not anymore.
And those are the ones that were not mailed out.
Correct.
Right.
And is
So we're
it,
two different things. You're
Yes.
discussing. Thank you,
yes.
Ms. Scott.
and is it, like you said at the last meeting that the parents could come in and they had to have these things notarized?
Yes.
And that we could do that?
Yes.
Were we charging the parents to
No.
do those?
No.
Okay.
No.
I just wanted to confirm that the McKinney-Vento, that is not, they weren't fraud,
No.
correct?
No.
It
The
was just they
McKinney-Vento
needed to
was
get
not fraud.
verification. I just wanted to clear that up, that
Yes.
they were not committing fraud.
No, no, no.
They were truly McKinney-Vento.
They were truly McKinney-Vento, which is how they qualified to begin with. The
Say that
fraud
again.
we are seeing, so they were McKinney-Vento. They qualified, but they were thankfully able to move on from that situation, and they have been able to secure permanent housing that's permanent and safe and secure for them and their families. So there was not fraud with McKinney-Vento. I want to be very clear about that. The
Well,
fraud we are seeing.
Right, but also the change in the law, correct me if I'm wrong, was it used to be if you didn't have your own residence, you could say I'm McKinney-Vento, and it changed to where if you have a roof over your head provided by others and you have a place, then
It's actually not that way because there is a stipulation. There are two main stipulations within the law that are really the most important. I mean, yes, traditionally when we think of McKinney-Vento, we think of homeless, we think of shelters, we think of people who are living in areas that would be designated for non-living if they were truly on the physical street. However, under federal law, the options are also doubled up, where you have families that are living together due to financial hardships. That qualifies, and then also you have to make sure that it meets the threshold of adequate. That the space, it's not just because it's a roof over your head, it has to be an adequate space, and there are specific criteria that has to be met in order for it to be adequate. And so we have lengthy discussions with the state and the federal government about, as the law has changed, what does that mean, to make sure that we are making the right decisions. So with the evolution of that, there's an understanding that families now, because of financial hardships, are having to double up and share in family homes and things like that. And so there are portions of that that qualify.
So then, what is, because I've heard what you said, except that I don't understand how you would go from 100 to 10, given what you just said.
Because many of the families had started the year as McKinney-Vento, but over the course of the year have been able to secure safe and adequate housing, and they no longer qualified. But because they were identified, they were able to finish out the year. And then as we did our verifications, because they had been able to gain the safe and adequate housing, they were able to be removed from that status and then either maintain enrollment here if they resided here or in
But
the other
given that, just so I understand, given that, unless there's been a ginormous 90% change in homelessness, as one's dropped off, you would expect an equal number to add. You would expect it to remain fairly.
Not necessarily, because in this case, we had some larger families that had unfortunate situations occur, and so the numbers were larger, not because the number of families was higher, but it was the number within the family. We had families instead of one or two children that may have had 5 or 6. So that's what caused the numbers to be significantly higher than what it would traditionally be.
Finally, so you mentioned two things. One is in this situation where a student has been in one school for 4 years and there's this disruption. And I understand what you're saying, but I would, what I was told is didn't get the letters. I don't know how, if it was sent home with the student, the grandparent didn't see that. But also you mentioned within boundaries, I'm seeing schools where, or families where they're within the normal walking distance of, let's say, Glendenning, but they're going to Groveport. And so
Correct.
that's not within the boundaries. They're not getting disrupted necessarily. So explain that one.
So the board approved our street guide, which has street boundaries that are assigned to buildings. So enrollment goes by the board approved street guide that says these streets are assigned to this school. Sometimes on the periphery, the assigned school may be further away than another school. That has happened, especially as residential areas have expanded since the street guides were approved. But we go by the board approved street guides. We do not make any adjustments to the existing guides. We do as streets are added and as new developments are added, we look at what makes sense with the distribution, but it is based on the board approved street guides. It's not a decision that I make.
Right.
It's all board approved. So it's the street guides that were previously approved that are still in effect.
Okay.
If I can, to this and many other examples, we have 6 relatively small elementary schools, but 400 students, which might mean we have 3 sections of grade levels, plus or minus. We also have a transient population. In our enrollment office, we typically enroll anywhere from 1,000 to 1,400 kids a year. We don't grow by that amount because we have other kids who also leave. So interesting things can happen, whereas someone who moves in late and all the sections are full and we have no choice but to overflow them to a different building. Or we used to have the situation more where for ESL or for gifted or some special needs programming, kids would go to a different school and then it became a younger sibling without the same, needs would go along with them. And so we are running shuttles all over within the district,
Right.
Which costs us, I think, Adam, did you estimate like it's over $1 million just in the shuttles? Or I won't put you on the spot. It's a lot of money. Along with that, board policy says that students should go in their school of residence unless we can't provide the service for them. So we try to balance that families go to their home school, which is in line with what board policy is. But even doing that, we closely monitor all this time of year, sections, how many kids. Another thing that can happen is we will have too many kids in a building and we would need to add another section, but there's no physical room to add another section. So then we have to add a teacher someplace else or move someone, and we're shifting kids to another building because we don't have the physical space to do it. And I know this sounds like a long rabbit trail I'm going on, but it gets very complicated. And we've been trying to now that we have gifted services available and ESL services and looking with our special needs services we can provide to try to get kids back to their home school. We do try to honor inter-district transfers as space allows, but in those situations, we're not going to provide the transportation because that is a very expensive thing, which is not consistent with board policy to have them go to a different school.
Right.
So we do try to handle things as best as we can on a case-by-case basis, but just this little bit is kind of the tip of the surface about how complicated it gets. I mean, you could literally have a student move in across the street from a school, and because that grade level is full and we can't add to it, we have to shift them to another school. But our goal is to try to get them back to the home school.
Right. So
And
how often are we reviewing the radius and trying to make sure that, the kids that are in the normal walking distance of the school are going to the school instead of being transported?
as far as the radius and walking distance with transportation, I know that they are following that. As far as we have not changed boundaries to say that we're going to move an area that's physically closer. We haven't had that discussion, but um,
So if you're, like, for instance, if you're in walking distance, you're in walking distance of Glendenning, right? And you carve that out. Or you don't because Glendenning's full, right? So then how does that adjust over time? So as student population shifts and moves, you have the students going to Groveport on a bus versus walking to Glendenning that they're close to. How often is that being reassessed? Is this map like for 10 years and it's not really changed, or how does that go?
I can't answer that question right now. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So we take a look at student enrollment every day. We have a running spreadsheet and we have EMIS updated. We know how many kids are in what school and what school they're supposed to attend. We look at it every day. And so we look at the total number of students in each grade level for the teachers that are assigned there and the space that's available. When we start getting into now and closer to the start of school is when we have to take a look at the new enrollees that are coming in. Is there space for them at a certain school? So Glendenning,
Right.
and the walking is a mile or more. Their kids are transported a mile.
Less, you're gonna walk.
Less than a mile is walking.
Right.
A mile or more we transport.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So you're saying, as you understand it, that if you're within the mile, you're assigned the way we have sectioned off our mapping and the roads we've approved. Those within a mile walking distance are assigned to the school according to the board map. We just can't always honor that, correct?
I don't know. I don't know on Glendenning and Groveport. I do know that in the north end, between we have schools that are close enough that if you drew a circle,
Yeah, everybody can walk.
People could walk to multiple schools. So
Our school assignments in neighborhood schools aren't that cut and dry as a radius because we have schools that are close to each other, and then we have neighborhoods that are kind of spread out, and then we have to service neighborhoods that are really across.
No, I get that. I get
Yeah.
that. My question really was how often, or when was the board maps created? How often do we review the board maps? That was really my question. If we, because we could have cast something in stone where you're within a walking distance, but you're on a particular road, and because of at that time we shifted them to your home school as Glendenning, even though you're easy walk to the other. And I just don't know how we revisit that and when the maps get updated. And I don't need an answer now, just something to come back to us with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Now we're on to item G now, which is now executive session. May I have a motion, please? Superintendent needs to read the, motion, please.
Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education adjourn to executive session for the purpose of preparing for, conducting, or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with employees in accordance with Ohio Revised Code 121.22.
So moved.
Second,
Ms. Gray first, Mr. Bowers second.
and this is only to talk about the bargaining agreement, right?
Correct. That's correct.
Right,
Who was first again? I had Bauer first, sorry.
I got Seth and then Libby.
Yes, that's correct. I may have roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
I'm not going reverse here. Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
And Mrs. Dellenberger.
Motion passes. The time is 7:51 p.m. There will be action after this. The time is 8:49. We reconvene from executive session on to item J1, Superintendent's Agenda.
And we are moving all of the consent items to the end of this, correct?
Correct.
So we're doing what we have currently and then the consent items after.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the contract between the Groveport Madison Local Board of Education and the Groveport Madison Local Education Association.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Mr. Kirschner first, Ms. Gray second. Any additional comments, questions, or can we move forward with roll call? All right, roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
I'll start here. Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner, Miss Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
and Miss Dattelberger.
Aye. Motion passes.
I think we can applaud.
Yes.
I think we want to take a minute to sign the signature page.
Yes.
Joy, would you like to say anything?
Engaging, and I think everybody came to the table willing to work for the good of the whole, and that's been a real positive, I think, for the district. The teachers were very pleased, all of our members, to see us have a signed contract, or not a signed contract, but a contract ratified and able. We took our vote actually on the 7th, and it passed by 99.7. So it was very well received. Thank you.
This sounds great. And then you said I'll do it again.
I don't know. Adam, you want to go? You're next.
Oh, I didn't know you had a pretty thing. Use multiple. Okay.
I always purple, or almost always. You're next.
Oops, I'm sorry.
He's purple. I don't care. I didn't know.
I know, so I told you, so I said the same thing. But A, B, C, D, this one.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Mr. Arias.
I'm in my kindergarten.
Thank you to all of our educators that came out tonight. I know you have class tomorrow, but thank you for coming. And thank you to the entire team that worked on. Why don't we got a team? Yeah, and then we got a teacher over this English too, so I was trying to make sure we acknowledged everyone who came. If we could,
And I say thank you, and I'm very happy to have this resolved. I'm sure everybody feels much better having
yes,
confirmation and moving forward. We have a deal to do that. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the efforts of GMLEA.
Real quick, I'd like to make a motion for a 5-minute recess.
So moved.
all right. So that was Mr. Bauer, then Miss Gray, We have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please.
Mrs. Daddleberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner, and Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. We'll be back at 8:59. back to the superintendent's agenda. Mr. Superintendent.
Our next item on the agenda is a business services update. I will point to the board on here at your seat. The presentation that Mr. Hausman is going to go over is hard copy printed, and we've added it to the board agenda, but this was being revised even through today.
Thank you.
Well, good evening. I will try and be brief and still cover everything and answer all of your questions. You go ahead. So as far as construction goes over at the 4500 project, the A&E, which is architect and engineer punch list, has started. That is being finished up now. They will start on the punch list immediately. The asphalt is complete. We've got all the buses moved out of the high school prior to the start of school. They're all over at the new 4500 location. We do still have some of the buses here at DSC, but those will be moved over also as soon as everything's complete. As far as business goes, we've been working on a couple of things. I've been working with our Amazon rep for the whole district. They have a new program out called Curated Catalogs, which is the products that we purchase most often, even in the classrooms when teachers place orders, things like that. And through a co-op that we've been affiliated with for many years called Omnia, we're able to get better pricing on these products through curated catalogs is what they call them. The teachers will still be able to purchase anything and everything that they always have, but the items that we get special pricing on will pop up first. So the example they used was dry erase markers. It may be, the same brand or a different brand that we get even better pricing on than normal, but their brand that they've always purchased will still be on the page. So it's just a way for us to save money. It's looking like we could save anywhere from about 19 to 27% on this program, and it's not taking any options away from anybody. So that's one of the things we're working on now. That just came to me, the curated catalogs this week. We're looking to get those implemented. I've got another meeting with that gentleman on Friday. So we're hoping to roll that out very soon. Also,
Mr. Hausman,
yes.
Does that give us any benefit in shipping? Like
we haven't discussed shipping yet. Through the business account, I believe that it will, but I can't confirm that yet. Also working with the Omnia Partners Group, they have a list of companies that they currently do business with, and those companies have all been vetted. They've been competitively bid already for large purchases. So we're looking into companies that we currently do business with, but maybe we weren't receiving this pricing model through Omnia, and contacting the vendors or our account representatives so we can start receiving prices through these companies, and hopefully there'll be some more cost savings there. I've also shared the information with our technology department, things like that, so hopefully we can start to utilize this service a little bit more district-wide. As far as safety and security goes, it will be on your board agenda tonight. There is a joint development agreement with the city of Groveport to improve safety in the turn lanes and in the roadway right in front of Groveport High School. This will help increase safety for both our students, our staff, and our community. It is basically changing the turn lanes and making them offset so the turn lane isn't out in the roadway. It's offset more in the median. Very similar project was done down in front of the Eastland Career Center not long ago. So this is a way to keep traffic moving, but also to improve safety for everybody involved. So we think it's a positive. There'll be a grant that's associated with this. So that's something that we're working through now. But it's a great way to improve security for everybody, or safety rather.
So the turn lanes are becoming longer?
And offset, yes.
Separated?
They will be separated by a line. Okay, it won't be a physical barrier. but there will be a line, but it'll be offset and they will be longer to allow more cars to stack to turn to keep traffic moving. That's still being worked out. They're estimating right now that it's probably going to be somewhere around 8 to 900,000, but that doesn't all fall on the district. There is a grant that's involved with that. There's also money that the city will be contributing. So, like I said, there is an agenda item on your board agenda this evening. So, if there's more questions, I'm happy to go into more detail. Yes, and it should not exceed that for any reason.
And Mr. Kirschner, or I guess for everybody, we had originally planned on, we knew with the extra traffic, there would have to, at minimum, be extensions to the turn lanes. And that's where we were originally thinking things were. And this project with the city of Groveport and ODOT, as Dave said, there's a grant application for this. With our participation increasing at that $100,000 mark, that puts us as, I don't want to say percentage partner, but it gives us additional points on the very competitive grant application, and with the offset turn lanes where there is, as he said, not barriers but space between, so people can see whether there's oncoming traffic before they cross and turn on Hamilton Road with some potential high speed traffic on there. We think it makes sense to want to have that safer option.
And it's worked very well down in front of the Eastland Career Center, so it'll be very similar to that. Also this week, 5 new handheld radios, or walkie-talkies as some people call them, were delivered to each building. I'm currently working with a representative from that company, and I've sent out an email to all of the building principals to find out if any of their current devices need repair or aren't working properly, so we can address all those also. But we are trying to get the devices out just so they can communicate better inside the building for safety and security.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is there a plan to get more of those in our buildings?
We are discussing it now. The last batch that was purchased was through a grant also.
Okay.
Typically,
Have we identified by building, like speaking with the administrators and the teachers, on how many they are asking for or need?
I've emailed the building principals, and that was just today. I don't have those answers yet.
Okay.
But
So
I have
you're
asked
working on
them
the plan
how
to get.
many
Okay.
they would like to have, and then we'll see if there's a grant out there. A lot of times, through either the state or Motorola, a lot of times they'll do their own grants. So there's an opportunity that, hopefully we can get some more. Once I know that number, I'll start looking into the possibilities.
And if not, could you bring back to the board the pricing on that? If we can't get a grant, can you let us know the cost?
Absolutely.
Thank
yes. I asked the gentleman who works for the company to start getting me a price per unit. So that way, hopefully there's a little bit of a discount when we buy in a larger bulk. But he is getting me the pricing. I'm meeting with him tomorrow, so I should have that information then.
Yeah, I believe that I saw on the OSBA newsletter that there are some new safety grants, and I would think that that would apply to.
It normally does.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and typically one of the organizations is normally running some type of safety grant. School safety is a very important issue, and normally you can find one of the organizations that's willing to run a grant and contribute.
And remember, we have some great community partners, so maybe that's something we can take back to our conversation with United Way and see if they may know someone as well. So between the grant with the state, Motorola, maybe there's some partnership opportunity there.
I was told that it does have the ability to reach our emergency services. I know internally it will connect with our SROs and our officers in the building. As far as getting out to the dispatch department, I'll be honest, that's one of my questions for him tomorrow. I'm not sure if it does yet or not. Yes. And I know in district we have repeaters, so which basically sends a stronger signal out and you get better reception and better coverage. So my hope is that with the repeaters in the buildings that maybe we have that opportunity if we don't already. I just
Yeah,
don't know yet.
I was gonna say, I think, believe that we do have that, and we've had that in the past, where it would automatically go to EMS.
Yes.
Okay, so real quick, part of our district-wide safety improvement plan, part of the plan was to improve our communications. Uh, some schools have bought additional, but each school, other than the high school, have 20 walkies, not including the administrative walkies. And there's extra administrative walkies, like if you're building secretary, if you want to give your custodian or your school counselor security. So there's 20 walkies on top of the administrative walkies. Everybody, the cabinet has administrative walkies. The high school, on top of, not including the administrative walkies, has 50 walkies. And we're adding to that. We applied for a Motorola safety grant. It's about $500,000. And we should hear in September whether we received it or not. It does look good. And we may get all of it or portions of that funding. And we set into a contract. I don't know if that's in this board meeting, but we're going to present a contract with CDG Wireless for their services and with the services and repairs for our walkie-talkies.
Also talk about transportation.
Oh, so our transportation department also gets the two-way radios in each of the buses. The directors have administrative walkies and our bus supervisors. The walkies and with the repeaters that Mr. Hausman talked about, we do work directly with Madison Township and our SROs and the city of Groveport, and we do have our own frequencies that we have to register and pay for.
Right now, because I know playground safety came up earlier, our playground safety hazard inspections are currently underway. Maintenance department's been out identifying issues. I know the one that was brought to my attention yesterday or the day before, that piece has since been removed. And we're going around to see what other challenges we have to see if making sure our playgrounds are safe for the children. We had a company come out and do a inspection back in June, and we have been waiting on their report. We actually just received that today, as a matter of fact. So now we can start, we'll sit down internally, discuss the findings of their report, and see what we need to do to move forward to make sure that everything is safe.
When you say the one that was brought up to you, are you speaking of the playground equipment that was discussed this evening during public participation? Is that the piece of Sedalia? When you say there was a piece of equipment that was identified and removed, is that that
Yes.
piece? Okay.
Yes, there it was a beam that the students could walk on, and there was a piece of the wood that had broken off.
Okay, we were talking about a slide tonight with
Okay, no,
rust.
the one
So,
I'm talking about, the slide has not been removed.
okay,
The
can
other
we
one,
make Sedalia a priority with the inspection, please?
yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. So yeah, we're doing those inspections now. I'll probably have a full report on that for the board probably by next month, and let you know what our plan is to address all of the issues.
Are these inspected annually?
They are inspected annually, and the other thing we're going to start doing is having the head custodians also do a sort of a quicker inspection monthly to where they can go out in the mornings before the start of school, check to see if there's any vandalism, if there's any broken glass, those type of things. And then we have a company, it was called Pintura, did the inspection. They actually did it back on June 10th, and we just got the report. So we're going to, like I said, I'll sit down with both superintendents and the treasurer and come up with a plan on how to address everything.
Is that a normal turnaround time for them or no?
I thought it was a very long turnaround time.
Okay.
Typically in my past, I have not seen the the certified inspections take that long.
Okay.
So I'll have a conversation with them and find out why that was. But
Are there other
I know
vendors we can?
one of the problems is a lot of our playground equipment is very old, and some of the companies have gone out of business. So
Okay.
it's very difficult to find replacement parts and pieces for a lot of our equipment.
So is there like a since we're on this topic, an equipment list for the playground and then the year that it was installed, and then if the company is out of business, so like when you report that back to us, that'll probably be helpful for us to see like what piece of equipment, when it was installed, if the company is still in business, so then we know how to move forward. And then my question would be, is there other vendors if this Insura certified playground company wasn't to either of our liking at this point with getting you your report in time? Are we looking at other vendors? Are there other certified vendors to choose from?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, about 2 months ago, it was in May actually, right before we broke for summer, I sent out to all the building principals playground equipment catalogs of companies that and manufacturers that we can get equipment from readily available, and also companies that we deal with. And I asked all of the principals at that time that if your PTOs happen to come to you saying that they want to purchase a piece of equipment, please make sure they're purchasing from one of these three companies so we can get replacement parts and service the equipment in the future. Sometimes when you buy off, I'm going to say an Amazon or just someplace off the web, you can't always get parts. So I'd like to make sure that we're only purchasing equipment from reputable dealers that we can get the replacement pieces from in case they're damaged.
So since I've been on the board the longest, we've had issues with playground equipment. And one of the problems that we determined was a lot of the playground equipment was purchased by PTOs.
Mm-hmm.
And we felt that it was not fair because there's some buildings that have stronger PTOs than others. And so for them to be able to raise money to do this playground equipment, it made it very difficult for some of the schools. So I would just like to see that the district takes over this process and not leave it up to the PTOs to be able to have the playground equipment for our students.
Yes.
And I'm in favor of that personally. I think it's
This isn't a vote, obviously, but I see a lot of people shaking their head in agreement. Do you think that's a good idea for us to take it over as a district
Absolutely.
responsibility?
I
Yes.
would say
Yes.
also
Yes.
the township has, this is vastly different for some reason. So the township's insurance has very explicit demands annually from everything from bleachers
Mhm.
to playground equipment, and as you know, the public works department at Madison Township is really small, maybe 9 people, and they do it, they handle it. So um, I understand. I don't know that we benefit from not ourselves owning this process. So going out to somebody who comes in and inspects or replaces equipment, I think if we have the tools in the tool belt, in other words, if our insurance is similar to what the township would be, and they have very specific guidelines and demands for inspection, I think we should own that. I think we should learn it because we have personnel, we're there more, and we're not relying on this process, and we're not paying a big markup on it. But I do not know if there are specifications and specifics provided from our insurance or how we're insured versus the township. But there's obviously an opportunity there for us to get really good at
Well, and what I can share, part of it is what I've been told, and part of it's what I know from my past. So what I've been told was back in 2022, I guess there was a change in insurance companies back then. And when the insurance company came through and did an audit of the playground equipment, there was quite a few pieces noted, swings especially. And the district did a project then that equaled a little over $126,000 to address the issues that the insurance company noted. That was all taken care of. The swings, borders, mulch, things like that. Obviously, we still have some more to do. As far as keeping it in house, I agree with you. We need to send one of our staff members through a training course, and they have to take a test. And once they do that, they become what's called a CPI, Certified Playground Inspector. It's a very tough course to go through. And the test can be difficult, but I've had employees do it in the past. I think it's beneficial to have one of those on staff. Um, so I would be willing to, send that gentleman or a gentleman back through that program and try and keep it in house.
And that was the question I had. Did the reason why we had to go through a vendor is because we had to have the certification of the equipment. That's why we have that, even though we can still do our own checks and balances. So I'm glad to hear that there is a course,
There is.
and then maybe we should do two and not one, so you always have a backup.
Yeah, and I think it's a great idea, especially with the size of our district and the number of playgrounds we have. I think it'd be a very good idea to send two people through.
And just a point of clarification, that company that did the inspections might also bid on the work, but we seek multiple prices. There are not a huge number of those vendors anymore. The other thing we run into is, as Dave said, if you have a setup that has multiple slides, ladders, things like that, and part of one of those is damaged or vandalized, it normally leads to needing to replace the entire unit if that's one of the companies that went out of business.
Yes.
We have done some things in the past with plastic welding. I don't know if you knew that such a thing exists, but where there were cracks and things like that, where we would use plastic welding to repair some of the slides to do that. But there are things that just we have to replace, and it's.
I think there's also an opportunity to use more standard hardware, quick clamps, very standard off the shelf hardware, so you don't end up with obsolescence. I know that the more durable older equipment use that. It was standard galvanized pipe, standard connectors, and that. And if you get back to that, I think you'll avoid all this specialty stuff if we keep it simple.
I agree. I think if we go with some of the simpler pieces of equipment, the better off we are. As far as the hardware, whatever comes on the equipment manufactured is what we have to put back on there according to the playground standards. So if something breaks off or a clamp or something like that, we have to put the same clamp back.
But what I'm saying is you can utilize equipment that uses key clamps, etc. Known manufacturer that is going to be around for another 50
rather
years.
than some of the more elaborate pieces. Yes, I agree with you.
Where it's proprietary.
Yes.
Well, and to your point, could we start to look at standardizing some of this equipment as well, so we have the same slide across the board, or different pieces of equipment, so that if something does get destroyed, maybe we have a backup on hand that we can quickly install as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think standardizing whether equipment, parts and pieces, whatever it may be throughout a district is important. It's what I've always strived to do. Whether it's, faucets or whatever the case may be, rather than having 13 different kinds, it just makes sense to try and standardize your district as much as possible.
And I think that happened just because of the PTOs were the ones that were purchasing it and designing it, and
they were purchasing what they could afford.
Right, exactly.
So I'd like to say, in the past, we had a policy 7410 maintenance. We don't have that policy anymore. We have a new policy book, so we don't have that. And we had a policy committee, and that committee oversaw making sure that those types of policies were followed. One which was a continuous program of inspection, maintenance, and rehabilitation of all of our equipment. So here we are at the start of the school year with this equipment that doesn't cut the mustard or even come close to cutting the mustard. It should be continuously inspected on a monthly basis or at least a quarterly basis, and it should have never gotten into this shape to begin with. We should have a program in place where we are updating our equipment as we need to update it. So, getting new stuff now, that's all great, but we've dropped the ball. This was repaired. I don't know who repaired it. If we repaired it with that piece of metal sticking out that could injure a child like that, that's a big problem there to find out how that happened so it never happens again. But it might be something the board to consider bringing the facilities committee back so we can make sure that we're on top of this stuff. This should never have got to this point
What is
with our equipment, our
74
property.
7410?
That was an old policy.
Old policy.
Well, and moving forward, that's why I want to implement, having the head custodians go out and check the equipment at least monthly and getting the certified playground inspector, getting somebody with that certification so we don't end up in this position again.
That piece of wood was exceedingly old, correct?
Yes, it was. And as soon as it came to my attention, I went over there, I had maintenance meet me over there, and we had it removed within an hour or two.
In the meantime, for the other pieces, until they're repaired, are we closing off sections of the playgrounds?
I think there's some pieces that, like one of the slides is caution taped off, so students can use the slides on the other two sides, but not that one. So yeah, if it poses a specific safety hazard, yeah, we're gonna have to close a couple pieces down.
Well, my
Can you make sure
concern is
that
also that other buildings, other parts of the building, the interiors of the building, what else is degrading past a point where it should? It's not being inspected annually and taken care of.
I think as far as the interior of the buildings, I mean, everything that we're required to have inspected, whether it's fire alarm systems, kitchen suppression hoods, fire extinguishers, all of those are happening annually like they're supposed to.
So one
Could I ask that every day someone's checking to make sure those ones that are taped off, that they're still taped off?
Yes.
Because, they're being used by the whole community.
After hours.
After
yes.
hours, and I want to make sure that they're marked
Yeah,
off.
I will address that.
Thank you.
One item of feedback that I received recently was that in our elementary schools, the kids play on an 8-foot rim, and because of that, or the middle school, because of that, they have to go to Central or somewhere because of the way our basketball goals in the elementary schools are simply straight back to the wall with cable. They're non-adjustable. So just be aware, we have some restrictions of kids that would like to be practicing at their local schools, but they have to make arrangements other places because they don't want to practice on a 10-foot rim and then go play and compete on an 8. So that's another area where we probably could be looking at updates to help the kids.
Okay, very good.
Mr. Kirschner, just a clarification. Are you saying our rims are 10 feet and they should be 8 or vice versa?
They're not adjustable.
They're not adjustable.
Right. So, but what I believe I was being told was they were fixed at 10 and they needed 8 for middle school.
All right.
Any other questions or comments on that? Okay.
Thank you.
The only other things I have was just more of an FYI. Mr. Smathers and I met with the gentleman today. We're developing the emergency operation plans for the 4500 location. So it'll be just like along the same lines of all of our other buildings. And Navigate 360 also came in over the summer, and they're performing site mapping of all of our buildings too. So just a couple more safety and security measures that we've put in place. So, any other questions?
All right, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Houseman.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, and we had a very good start to school yesterday and today, and we're very thankful for that. And just some highlights beyond my my report that was submitted. The band bus is done, and I don't know if you've seen it. It's red and black. Did the photos come through, Nate? Okay, he's gonna pop them up. So, and Teresa did a great job. She negotiated with the paint company, and I mean, it looks beautiful. I was walking inside of it today, and your band director was very thankful for it. Because think about it, not having a bus for the instruments, geez, it's just a great thing that we were able to do.
And thank you to
We're all
CBS
happy.
for that donation.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then ice cream social went well, and Mr. Houseman has us assured that next year we'll be able to do a contained ice cream social district-wide at 4500. So it'll be beautiful because all the buses will be there, all the drivers will be there, no matter who you are, you'll be able to meet your driver, because we had a complaint that people went to the ice cream social and didn't get a chance to meet their driver. But yeah, 500 cups of Grader's ice cream, and life was good for a short period of time. But next year, we're real excited. It's a great community event, great way to start the school. K through 3 training is all scheduled. That's the state mandated safety training for kindergarten through 3. That's all scheduled. D at the transportation office has it all worked out with the elementaries, and we'll be actually doing it K through 5, and we'll be doing it on time. We were late last year, so we're happy about that. The fuel tank has been relocated and operational, and that's a blessing. The tank, the fuel tank at 4400 was a real problem. It was a nightmare, is what it was. And now we have two-way, nice new system. Thank you, Mr. Houseman, because that was in. Thank you, Adam, because I know you guys did some work on getting that done.
So the tank wasn't relocated, as I was saying, it was replaced.
Oh.
The tank was relocated. It was tested.
Mr. Hausman, can you come to the mic? I'm sorry. We are live. We just want to make sure that everyone can hear and we pick that up for closed captioning. Thank you.
The tank was relocated. It was pressure tested. It passed all of its tests and inspections, and it was relocated over to 45.
So you just changed the way it was distributed and functioned.
Yes, and where it's sitting, so you can actually get buses on each side.
Right. And what is that a 25,000 gallon, or do you know that one?
That one is. I would need to look that up. I can't tell you for certain.
Thank you.
I think it's 10 also, but I can't
10?
swear to it.
And my understanding, I actually haven't seen it over there, but it looks like it's a new tank after it was refurbished and cleaned up. So, but it is the tank that was moved over there.
Yes, it is, and it does look new. But yeah, it's same tank.
Actually, when I saw it, I thought it was new. That's how good it looks. And the last item, the Ohio Department of Public Safety created a brand new video. Stop means stop. There's a YouTube out there, and they used one of our buses, on the video. But more importantly, they used Jared Winstaffer, your National School Bus Rodeo champion, and the Highway Patrol and everybody. So it's called Stop Means Stop. The Ohio Department of Public Safety has released it, but he was the star, and he knew so much about how kids are supposed to cross, board the bus, get off the bus. I mean, the Highway Patrol and the Department of Public Safety, it was like, where did you get this guy? And I said, well, he's one of our guys here in Groveport, so real proud of that. And that concludes my report.
Well, real quick step there. So you'll see that we had to put in your packet also because it's so big. So it was put in there, the Manning log, and then also like the Board of Education update for tonight. So that's in your guys' packet. It's so large we had to slip it in there. So
What do you do? What do you do to try to ensure that the buses are putting their stop indicators out early enough? I know there's been times like on Winchester Pike where you just think you're riding along the side of bus and all of a sudden, boom, you're doing 50 mile an hour and it stops. It's too late,
Well, you're real lucky here. We have 3 great onboard instructors.
Okay.
And they do road observations. So unfortunately, we spend a lot of payroll hours. We have about 100,000 hours in driver service a year.
Okay.
And we have almost 50,000 hours in non-driving, in other words, supervisors, dispatchers.
Okay.
And the amount of work, they also do digital video audits of, we have a very special form on stuff like that. But the number one way we receive that is when somebody calls in and says it happens, and then we have the capability with the video system, with the onboard instructors. There's an immediate response. We have a post-accident program. When there's an accident, they go through post-accident training, so stuff like that. You're fully staffed down there. It's going very well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Terry, do we have that Stop Means Stop video?
It's actually, you know what, my email didn't work. I sent it to Nate, but it didn't work. But it's a YouTube video, and it's Stop Means Stop and Ohio Department of Public Safety, and it's out there now.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, our next update is Mr. Trace. That's also a handout in your packet, human capital.
We work
Thank
on
you,
that,
Mr. Groove.
so it's about 2:30 today. So that's an update in the
Yeah.
packet.
We
The
were
HR.
running down the hallway again. First of all, thank you very much for being able to tell you about what I do and what we do with Miss Hayden, the HR specialist. But I'm pretty pleased at this time. We're still looking for 2 teachers. But as you can see, we had a few that resigned over the last month. But we've also been able to hire 6 elementary teachers, 1 high school teacher. Um, and I'm kind of excited about the next slide with our classified staff update, which is it's usually very difficult to get educational aides, as you know. I mean, it's all around the state, but I am still in need of 6 educational aides. However, I'm very pleased to say that tomorrow morning at 8:30, I will be hiring at least 1, and then I have 2 more that I'm interviewing tomorrow. So I believe I'm going to be able to hire 3 and narrow that down to half. So I'm pretty excited about that. As you can see, we also have a new head cook. Um, we have a new secretary for the superintendent, which I'm sure he's very pleased, and the deputy superintendent. So we're very excited to get that taken care of. Thank you. As I said, I think the first time I spoke to you was we had just a fabulous job fair for classified at Canal in June, I think it was. I wish I had that to say to you about our certified job fair at the ESC on July 25th. There were only 4 schools there, which was a good thing because we would have thought we would have been able to steal as many substitute teachers as possible. The good news was I did get the opportunity to talk to one of our teachers that retired from Groveport this year and is coming back. I believe he was at the high school with the Excel. His name was Jeff Freedom. Thank you. Thank you, Joy. Again, it's not the first time I've said thank you to Joyce today. But it was the turnout was very low, and I really thought I kind of worked with Canal's HR person because I thought we were going to get maybe 5 to 10 new substitutes that we would get, and I believe we got 3 that are coming to Groveport now, and I think Jeff was going to come here no matter what. So because I think he still lives in the district. So one other thing that I didn't put up there that I wanted to share with you was I talked to you about using Frontline for all of our online applications, and we are using that for now with our classified staff. I still don't like how confusing it may be to get there through the website. So I'm working with Ty and Nate to see if we can do a better job at flowing traffic to the website to make sure that we get as many folks that are applying for our classified positions also. But we have seen an increase in our applications online.
Is Frontline something you've used before?
Frontline is it's I would say it's like a conglomerate. I can't say the word conglomerate. Thank you. They have a lot of different programs. One is our absence management program that we use right now, which I would tell you probably 95% of the districts in Franklin County use that. We use recruiting and hiring, which is it's formerly Apple Track. So we use that. There are some other things that we're checking into that Adam and I are hoping that we can maybe move towards for more of our HRIS program that will keep data on all of our staff. So we're looking into that. It's something that we just had actually a meeting about. So we're trying to get some more information, but we're also trying to get some more training on Frontline also.
I had a question on the resignations on the teachers. I thought they had a deadline that they had to resign by.
It is July 10th.
So these 2 weren't before July 10th.
Well, there's a couple things. We won't. I shouldn't say we won't. It's up to the superintendent to decide whether or not we let people out of their contracts after July 10th. In this case, I believe those two were before July 10th.
Okay.
And
It just puts us in a really bad spot
it
when
does.
that happens.
It does. And sometimes, I mean, I think sometimes teachers will hold off to see if they're approved on the board, which I totally understand that.
Yeah.
Sometimes I know, for example, the last district I was working in, their board meeting was July 11th. So it does put it puts heartburn into all the HR people.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah.
But I just think, looking at this and sometimes you have teachers that will move out of state.
Yeah.
And again, I've sent teachers, I've sent situations to the Office of Professional Conduct when someone does break a contract.
Okay.
And I'm all for that. I don't think if a situation occurs and someone is moving or something like that, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I agree. I was shocked to see this on here, so
Mhm.
that's why I was questioning it.
No problem. Any other questions?
Thank
Okay.
you, Mr.
Oh, go-
I just want to say thank you.
thank you, Mr. Trace. Next we have student services update.
It's good to hear from you twice in one night. So real quick, I just wanted to give you an update on enrollment numbers. As of this afternoon, we've enrolled 716 new students, uploading documents, and we have 65 that uploaded their documents today that we're in the process of going through.
So can you go back? New applicants? How many new applicants?
120 within the past, since Friday, that we're working with them to get all of the requirements in to be able to enroll. Of the 716 that are enrolled, we have 276 that are in kindergarten right now. And we continue to see those numbers increasing. So the bulk of the enrollments are at elementary level. We have 475, 115 at middle level, and 138 at the high school. So you can see we are enrolling readily at the elementary level as our population is getting younger, which is exciting, and we have more residential areas popping up. So there's the biggest things I wanted to tell you guys about, because I knew we were going to be talking about some of the numbers tonight and the transiency. So to be able to hear that and see where the numbers are coming from. And I'm pleased to say that, we talked about the overflows earlier. Last week is the first time I overflowed from an elementary. So we have been able to enroll new applicants into their home schools until this last week, where we did have to start overflowing at one grade level. So we have done a really good job of making sure that the kids that are moving into the districts are able to stay with their neighborhood peers, which again, as a parent, that's exciting for me to be able to do. So we're really excited about that. And our numbers continue to increase. As I said, we left Friday with a certain number and came in Monday morning and had a significantly higher number of new applicants in there that the team is working through. And I will tell you, my team of 4 is knocking it out of the park. They are working lots of hours, taking lots of phone calls and going through the docs as quickly as possible. They're doing an amazing job. I'm really blessed to be working with them. Yes, ma'am.
So we added 716. Do you have a number how many has withdrawn?
I'm working on that.
Okay.
Because I did pull a report with withdrawals, but we were some of our kids have switched buildings for different things, and they were showing up on the report, and so I didn't have a chance to go through to see how many were showing up that way versus how many actually withdrew from the district. But I can have that number for you guys next time.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Will you email all of the board? I know that it's constantly fluid, the numbers you just talked about.
Absolutely.
And then we don't do a board update this week because there's an agenda, but at least for the next several weeks, just kind of the update of withdrawals and the areas or enrollments and withdrawals on the board update so they kind of have an ongoing idea of what's going on.
What,
Yeah, thank you very much.
what's the frequency of the attendance report to the state? Is it weekly? By building?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand.
So
we take daily
We
attendance.
report regularly our actual attendance per school, per grade.
Yeah.
Do-
With the EMIS reports.
It's more than weekly though. It's go ahead.
What, that's a old expectation that school districts used to do was they'd have like attendance week or count week, and but they count every day, and we're taking attendance every day, and it's reported.
So it's not like it used to.
It's not like it used to.
So
It
we're
used to be
reporting
just
daily
a
Used to have to be-
snapshot.
ODE,
Yes.
that's what you said? Okay. So
Yes, sir.
maybe a weekly report on that, or one time? Yeah. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
I was talking about enrollments and withdrawals. You're looking for weekly attendance reports.
Or maybe just at a sample.
Okay. Okay.
We can do that.
All right.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Dr. Green.
All right, good evening. We could go to the next one. Thank you, Nate. So EDP, our extended day program. So we have filled our spots at both the Sedalia and Glendenning locations. We have folks that are on the waiting list. It's been a very popular year for folks starting out with us. We had an EDP meeting here in this room a couple weeks ago, and we had a lot of turnout. Parents came and had questions and wanted to learn more. We shared expectations, so that was good to do that. We had a good time just connecting with our parents to get them started for the new year. We still have students, like I said, that are wanting to enroll with their parents, but we have to put some of those students on the waiting list because we've reached full capacity at both sites. Next slide, please, Nate. Community engagement. So I wanted to talk a little bit about this. So I know we have a number of partners, some of which are, I believe, at least one is still here, that we're working with. So I'm hoping to continue to build those relationships. I know we have some listed on here, United Way, of course, the COSI, J Biztown, Moats Military Museum, and More Inc., which has been in our board meetings previously as well, and then CODA. I've connected with a lot of these organizations already and had meetings, and some I'm still waiting to hear back, so that we can talk about how we can do some tangible work with them in terms of meeting the needs of students and the families that we have within the district. So that is ongoing. United, we connected earlier about that, so we're hoping to have some conversation and then some plans about how we could best partner with these organizations. Next slide, Nate. And then the DE, or Diversity Engagement Council. So we have dates already established, and it's on our website. Thanks to Communications helping us out with making some changes. So those dates are set and scheduled for everyone. We will do those meetings via Zoom. Last year we had some meetings in person and we did some via Zoom, but we're looking to do those via Zoom unless something were to change. And all of you are welcome to attend. We're going to do some promotion to get more engagement from our community. So Communications is going to work with us to do that. But again, if you're willing and wanting to participate and learn more, feel free to come to those meetings. And then lastly, with our internal work within the district, with our teams, I've created a special projects planning spreadsheet that we keep internally, that we work to assess what we've looked at in terms of our portrait of a cruiser work for potential opportunities within our buildings at the building level, and then at the district level, current challenges, and then resource needs that we would like to meet. So I've connected with a number of our principals already. I know we have some new folks that just got onboarded, but I'm working with them in their buildings to see what I could do to help be a partner and facilitate the work within their buildings around a lot of the areas that we've discussed in a lot of those portrait of a cruiser meetings. So that is something that's ongoing. So just wanted to share that. And I believe that is all I've got for you. Yep. Any questions?
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks.
Item 6, 24, 25 bus stops. The superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the bus stops for the 2024-2025 school year as follows.
So moved.
Second.
And Ms. Gray first, and Mr. Bowers second. Any comments or questions from the board?
I would like to say that I appreciate having the bus routes included with the bus stops. Thank you.
Are there typically any changes to these throughout the year?
Routes might change, stops don't typically change. Is that?
That's usually what.
Yeah, we might, unless something isn't functioning well or it might be a safety issue, that would cause a change. But most of the time, is if things are added, we're still using the same stops.
Great, thank you.
All right, if there's no additional comments or questions, if we could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Dauberberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve releasing funds encumbered for the design services provided by Kleininger's Group and closing the purchase order 2401036 as specified in the attached resolution.
So moved.
Second.
So the quick version of this, initially in the project, we were responsible for, we did a traffic study and some of the early design. As this moves forward to a joint project, assuming it's approved, then we would end our responsibility for that work. And Dave, is there anything, if that's accurate, do you need to clarify or add to that?
Yeah, that is accurate. This will be in a.
Mr. Houseman, if you could go to the, I'm sorry, sir. Thank you. And just so that way our constituents, they go back and watch. Thank you.
Nate needs to hook you up with a wireless.
No, I was just saying it. Superintendent Group's correct. That's exactly why this is on here, just so we can close that out, and then everything will basically run through the city.
Okay, so we are closing out our participation, because I was going to ask, I thought this was out of order, that we needed to join the agreement, City of Groveport joint development before we did the closeout, but we're closing out because we initiated it ourselves. Is that correct? And then
Yeah,
and so, okay, just so I'm understanding the flow. When we get down to the approving the pavement project, that is actually the same project.
No. So, and these are probably reversed in order. You make a good point, because the next one is a joint development agreement, and then the closing out the turn lane project would be by being in that joint development agreement. Then the city takes over. The paving project is actually blacktop back behind this building where the where the buses were parked, where the primary one clinic is.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions or comments? Okay, we can have roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Dauberberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes.
The next item, superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the joint development agreement with the City of Groveport for the construction of the roadways improvements as specified in the attached resolution. This is the turn lane project.
So moved.
Second.
Any additional comments or questions? All right, if we could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Abstain.
And Mrs. Dauberberger.
Aye. Motion passes.
Okay, the paving project. Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the paving project for the grounds surrounding the DSC and the primary one as quoted by Prodigy Building Solutions. The project will be funded by the Permanent Improvement Fund, not to exceed $209,857.
So moved.
Second.
All right, have Ms. Gray first, Mr. Bauer second. Any additional comments or?
So I think we should talk about, this is part of a cooperative group, and 2009 is the max, depending on what we find out. So, Dave, if you want to kind of take them through that.
Yeah, it is through a co-op. It's called Top C. So again, their services have already been competitively bid and vetted, so we meet the bidding requirements. It's a company that I have worked with in my past. They did a very good job. I was pleased with their work. We're hoping that it'll come in below the 209,000. Where this paving project will be where the buses currently sit behind DSC. If anybody's been back there, that pavement is in terrible condition. The plan, as we've looked at it and assessed it, is to mill or grind down 2 inches and then recoat everything. The only thing that would increase the cost up to the 209,000 would be as if we had to mill it down a full 4 inches. We don't think that that's going to be the case. 209 is the worst case scenario.
So was it that we didn't design it to hold on buses? Is that what caused the issue? Because that's, I mean, when we bought this building, that's when we put it in, so it hasn't been that long.
I can't speak of how it was designed back then. I don't know. Buses should be on heavy duty asphalt or concrete. And typically, even with the amount of traffic, you're still going to have annual maintenance. In my transportation compounds in the past, I've always did cutting and patching projects that where the asphalt just starts to fail with the number of buses and the weight of the buses that go over it every day, multiple times a day.
And I would say, I don't know the original design. That parking lot has been in not good repair since I've been here. We've done a little bit of patching. The other thing is there is a large drainage pipe that runs right down the middle of it. It's encased in concrete, and so we have concrete in the middle. We have asphalt around it. Anytime there's potholes or separation, water gets in, and as Dave said, when you have, 75, 80 buses, and we park, not only do we back our buses in back there, we've pulled in buses. So there's constantly turning and backing. It's not even like a straight pull in or a loop. That's really rough wear and tear on asphalt. Even I would have to believe it's full depth paving back there. Otherwise, it would be sunk and things like that. But it's due.
Okay, it's just that we put that in when we bought the building and designed it, and so that I was just thinking it should have lasted longer.
Outside of, and again, I don't know what the original work was like, but outside of minor patches, we haven't put anything into that back there.
All right, thank you.
And 2 things I want to add real quick is this also is part of the primary One Health. It's going to go all the way up for that to repair that, and this is just coming out of the O3 fund, not out of the general fund. It's
Okay.
capital projects, but it is it's going to go all the way up to the primary One Health. So
Yes,
benefit
it
that
is.
also.
We'll do what we call a mill and fill on that whole parking lot, and then the parking lot right in front as you come into primary health, seal coat and crack fill that so we don't have these type of problems in the future. I think it's one of the things moving forward that we probably need to do is some crack filling and seal coating of the asphalt. We need to maintain the asphalt we have so we don't end up in these type of situations. I'd normally like to see about at least a 3-year cycle on a district this size. We have a lot of asphalt. It could be a 4-year, but we need to develop a plan to start seal coating and crack filling this on a regular basis so we're not replacing whole parking lots.
Yeah, sounds good.
So while we're on the subject of pavement, what became of the tennis courts that we had at our middle school, elementary schools? Are they gone? Do we know?
Yeah, they were gone. They closed or filled those in years ago. It's probably been 10 years ago, something like that.
So, was this project put out to bid?
No, it's through a co-op, so the co-op has already been competitively bid and vetted, so it meets the bidding requirements, ensuring that we're already getting the best pricing.
What's the name of the co-op?
This co-op is called Top C Co-op, and the company that this would be through would be Prodigy.
All right, are there any additional questions or comments? All right, thank you so much. We got roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Daddleberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
No.
Motion passes.
The superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the JROTC instructor for non-commissioned and the JROTC instructor for officer and summer school coordinator job descriptions.
So moved.
Second.
Who was that? Who was first and second?
Ms. Dowdell Berger.
First and then second, John. Okay.
Any additional comments from you, Mr. Superintendent, or questions from the board?
We're still very early in this process, correct? As far as applicants and working with the state, we're just starting the job description.
I don't know if I would say work. Yes, there's still a lot of work to do, but it's not totally fresh. We've been working on it a while, but yes, we're trying to get.
We have solid prospects at this point.
I believe so.
Excellent. And the job is split between the cost is split between the military.
Not initially. The first 2 years we would bear the cost, and at least initially we would only look to fill one position while we build the program, and then bring a second position on.
So, at what point does the military kick in?
2 years.
Mr. Morbser, can I have you come up to the mic, please?
I wasn't aware. According to Google, you're a mobster. Just so you know.
He said Morbidster and it came as mom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I am not a mobster. So what we're expected to do, we're approved for NDCC program right now, and that's not a shared cost model. 2 or even 3 years, we have to prove our program.
Okay.
We have to satisfy a lot of the things that they want to see in a program, including getting at least 100 students involved in the program. So we need to build that over the next couple of years.
Okay, excellent. And Canal Winchester, they still have one? Are they running one, or do we know?
I haven't worked with Canal Winchester about JROTC.
Okay.
I have worked with one of the Columbus City schools, and to build the job description, we worked with our HR department, got us in touch with Zanesville. They have a program, and then I had to use their job descriptions, borrowed from them, and then I also used the JROTC manual for the instructor expectations.
Right. So anybody we hire will meet the JROTC standards, so that if we do prove the concept, that the military will pick up their.
That's right.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions from the board, or we can move to roll call? All right, hearing none, if we can have roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Daddleberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the increase in the daily substitute teacher pay rate from 140 to 155 for daily subs, and an increase of 175 to 185 for building subs and retired Groveport Madison teachers effective August 12th, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Could you explain the difference between the building and daily, please?
Absolutely. Daily subs come from a pool through the ESC, and that could be any number of people who the ESC Education Service Center. That could be any number of people in that pool who might be substitutes for us and other districts. So they choose when and where they work. Building subs are people who we hire, and they're largely dedicated to a particular building. They're there every day. That doesn't mean there couldn't be occasion when we pull them out and send them to another place of need. And they're typically the people we go to first to fill in for longer term positions. And then the retired Groveport teachers, they would be acting as daily subs, or if building subs if they wanted to. But we'd like to entice them to come with a higher daily rate.
Thank you.
Can you explain how this process works? I mean, because there's a lot of different schools here with a lot of different pricing, and some of them have like retired teachers on theirs, and we do not. How does this process work?
For the sub rates or just filling the positions?
For the sub rates that you have right here.
So the sub rates are set individually by each district. Sub rates used to be, and not that long ago, as low as like $80 and $85 a day. When we were really struggling to get things filled, and then when COVID came around, uh, it became somewhat of a bidding war, and a lot of districts around Central Ohio increased sub rates up higher, and we're just kind of assessing where we stack up, and we want to be competitive to try to make sure we're attracting subs. And you know, we've said this over and over. In the perfect situation, it's the regular classroom teacher in there. But if we want to be able to attract substitutes, so we're not dividing classes up into several other teachers, and at least with a substitute and lesson plans from the regular teacher, you know, they can focus on trying to follow what the plan of instruction would be. And again, not if they're split up to other teachers, they're not going to do that. But it's, you know, you don't have consistency if you're sending kids to other places, and it's burdening the regular classroom teachers in the other areas as well. So excuse me, we're hoping to stay competitive to attract the teachers to come here. But there's not like a set model of anything we have to do. It's determined by each district.
So basically, each district sets their own.
Correct. That's
Okay,
short.
the short
I'm sorry.
answer. Thanks. That's what I.
Maybe you should offer that first to avoid my long
That's
explanation.
all I wanted to know. Thank you.
So, have you calculated where this puts us in relation to Franklin County?
Yeah, if you
schools?
look, a lot of them are 150 right now. Some of them are 160. Sorry, a lot of them are 150. We're 140. A lot of them are 150 to 160. So we're 155. We'll be right there.
Okay.
And there was a 185 also.
Thank you very much.
All right, if there are no additional questions, that we could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Mr. Kirshner.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Ms. Bauer.
Aye.
And Mrs. Dutterberg.
Aye. Motion passes.
Okay, now we're going to go back to.
Yeah, the next items are the ones we moved from the consent agenda to the superintendent's agenda.
Yep. This would now be item 12. Superintendent recommends a Groveport Madison. Oh, this is the treasurer one. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I was really confused.
Yeah, the treasurer recommends Groveport Madison Local Board of Education approve the minutes for the July 10th regular board meeting and the July 29th special meeting.
So moved.
Second.
I have Ms. Gray is first, Mr. Bauer is second. Any comments from the board?
Yeah, well, on the minutes, right? Okay, so one thing I noticed is that we had items pulled out of the consent agenda and they were not pulled out of the consent agenda on the minutes. So that kind of confuses me. And we have discussion on items where we don't vote, but we don't have discussion on items where we do vote. And I just kind of have a problem with that. That's my only comment.
Which meeting minutes are you speaking of, Ms. Walsh?
Both. Oh, and I also don't think we should be voting on them at the same time simultaneously. They're different meetings.
Thank you for your perspective, ma'am.
I thought there was some votes that were recorded as abstained where that was not correct as well.
Can you repeat that? I can't hear you and speak in your mic, Mr. Kirshner.
I believe that there were votes that were recorded as a board member abstaining when in fact they had not as well. I think we still need to work on the accuracy of our minutes and also reviewing them versus reviewing them afterwards to make sure they're accurate.
I believe
Okay,
the
yeah,
treasurer
They are
sent
sent out and no
emails
one has
to
sent
us.
anything.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I do send these minutes out. Usually, like if we have meetings tonight, usually by my next Monday, I'll send them out there by, and I always ask if there's any votes that are wrong. Please let me know ahead of time
May
so
I
I can get those corrected. And
may I ask why do we wait until the board meeting if there's all these changes versus getting them to the the treasurer
And I could,
prior to?
yeah, I could also ask why it seemed like only 2 board members paying any attention.
Excuse me, but I
That's
check these board
inappropriate, Mr.
minutes
Kirshner. Here we
on
go.
my votes. So,
Right, on your
and if I have any questions, I contact the treasurer.
Same
So
here, Ms.
don't
Gray.
make it sound like that we are not looking at these.
And you're the
minutes.
only two doing something.
Well,
Thank you. Moving on.
Roll call. Is that right?
Is there any change that you didn't have any change, Mr. Treasurer? Okay.
Mrs. Dowdleberger?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Kirshner?
no.
And Ms. Walsh?
No.
Motion passes. On to item 13.
The superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the certificated personnel items. I will point to that was another handout at your seat with the most up-to-date. We had changes even up through 4 o'clock today.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have myself first, Mr. Bauer second. Is there anything else you would like to add, Mr. Superintendent?
Not unless there are questions.
Any questions from the board?
Do all the certified people have their licensure?
If not, it'll be listed. Yes. Can you
The
consider?
answer was yes.
Okay.
And it looks like we had one added, right? First grade teacher.
Had what?
Can you repeat that again, Miss Walsh? I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Looks like you
I
said,
kind of
we
got
said have one
laryngitis
added.
today. Yeah.
Miss Walsh, can you repeat what you stated, please?
Yeah, I said that there was one added. I'm just pointing that out.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
And I think one was taken away. Is that correct? I have 2 different.
Mr. Trace, will you come up, please?
Yes,
Oh,
that's
and I had
correct.
a question. No financial impact. What does that mean? They're going to work for free? I'm not sure what that means.
No, the one is just a title change and stuff. So that's why we put on there no financial impact as a title change. And then
So it's like not a new contract. It's just
Correct.
a change
It's just
in
a title
title.
change.
and there was 2 of those on the updated sheet that we gave you. And then the Jean Salazar Daily, it was erroneously put on earlier at a previous board meeting where she should be a pay grade 5, not a 4. So that's the only one that does have a financial impact, and that's from 108 to 116. The other 2 was a title change, and then it's the increment should have been a 4, but there's no financial impact.
So the white Samantha was taken off.
Yes, that was taken off. Yeah, if you looked at the sheet, yep. And then there's also one at the very bottom. There was a leave of absence request at 3 o'clock today.
Yeah.
And so we got that on the new sheet, and that's for the whole year.
Correct.
Okay, cool.
All right. There's no additional comments or questions. If we could have roll call at this time, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Dowdleberger?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Kirshner?
No.
And Mrs. Walsh?
No.
Motion passes. On to item 14.
The superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the non-certificated personnel items.
So moved.
Second.
I have Ms. Graves first, Mr. Bauer second. Are there any questions
Just one
or comments?
note, this was another one that was being updated as of today, so it might be a little bit different than what was in the original packet, but we made all those changes.
I reviewed one. I came in early to review. So, any questions or comments from the board?
So when we have these resignations, I think we've asked this before, but I'm going to ask it again for clarification. Do we do exit interviews with our staff?
Not at this time.
Is there a reason we're not doing this?
When I came in, there was no exit survey, and to be honest with you, I haven't had enough time to to start the exit surveys?
Our previous person.
Yeah, Mark, we do have
We do.
we have a process for exit interviews. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I guess we do.
It must not have been handed down, but our previous person did state, and he stated that they chose not to, or was asked and then chose not to participate during exiting. So that's what we were told at a board meeting or two.
Okay.
From what I recall.
Moving forward, can we?
I
do
mean,
exit
I had an
interviews?
exit survey in my previous district, and it was a small enough district that I knew everyone there, so I knew why they were leaving, whether it was to take another job, a better financial package, or something like that. But I mean, we still
do.
used exit surveys.
We still would like to have that,
Okay.
and would like to have that documentation. That's what we had asked
Sure.
prior. So I don't know if Mr. Superintendent probably would get with you to get that
Yeah,
squared away.
no problem.
Excuse me. I got a lot of this was talking over each other, and I had a hard time. Could you summarize what was just discussed?
We do have an exit survey process that we need to clarify, polish, and resurrect.
Okay. Thank you.
Roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Walsh,
Yes.
Mr. Kirshner,
No.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
and Ms. Stuttenberg.
Aye. Motion passes. On to item 15.
Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following special education contracts. 3 contracts with I Am Boundless and a seat purchase agreement with the Buckeye Ranch, Blueberry Therapies LLC, and 4 contracts with Solient Health LLC.
So moved.
Second.
And these contracts were sent through legal, correct?
Yes, these are renewal contracts, they're sent through legal and renewed, but actually, if I can, I'm going to take this time to introduce our new special education director, Jamie Angelini. And she tells me that she had this red and black outfit before she came here, although it seems kind of suspect for me. She has been the director of special education and early childhood, most recently at Madison Local Schools, which is in her hometown. We were able to pull her away to come back. She's been a special ed director at other districts. She's been in charge of federal programs. She was a school improvement special education consultant for an education service center. She was an intervention specialist in an autism unit and was also an autism specialist. Now, I'm going to tell you I'm not happy about this next part. As a Bowling Green graduate, I see that she has her doctorate from the University of Toledo, but I'm going to try not to hold that against her. But I'd like to welcome Jamie Angelini. Jamie, would you like to come up and introduce yourself to the board a little bit?
Yes, please.
And she's in cruiser colors.
Yes, I am in cruiser colors. This is not new. I've had it for a while, but thank you. I'll be buying more red, black, and white and gray. It's nice to meet all of you. I look forward to working here at Groveport. As our superintendent indicated, I do have a plethora of experience working with kids with disabilities. It's been my passion since I was 12 years old. I started volunteering at summer camps for, it was actually a friend of mine, his sister. We didn't know she had autism at the time, but we were youth volunteers at a summer camp. And that, with my passion for special ed and my athletic nature, I started out in recreational therapy. But I always had a background in helping kids with disabilities. So I'm happy to bring my knowledge here. I still have a lot to learn about the district. This is my 4th day. So I'm just trying to keep my head above water and just prioritize. The team has been really helpful so far. I have to ask a million questions, learning where the buildings are, learning who the staff are, I'm learning all of it. But I'll get it down, and I look forward to working here at Groveport.
Welcome to our district, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
While you're up there, was there anything you wanted to add about any of these special ed contracts?
Are there any questions? I've worked with the companies for the last 4 that are listed. So Solient being one of the vendors. Those are virtual individuals as far as school psychs and our speech language pathologists. We hate to have to resort to virtual options, but at this time we do. So I've been involved in those and getting the staff positioned where they need to be. I'm meeting with our school psychologist and related service providers tomorrow just to go over staffing, caseloads, making sure people are where they need to be and we're following the ratios. But those last 4 contracts, I've been helping, get those staff started. The other ones are already put in place.
Do these contracts preclude us? I know when we talked about this before, we were getting to a tipping point. It looks like perhaps we've passed it, but we just are maybe struggling to fill. Do these contracts preclude us from bringing our own people in?
I would say no, we just haven't been able to find any
Right.
individuals to bring on. We would love to, but it's just there's such a shortage, especially for school psychologists, and then having to hire multiple speech language pathologists. It's been challenging.
So I guess a question. It appears in a lot of these situations that these employees are contract employees to the company that we're subbing, that we're buying. So they're subcontractors, in other words. So there's obviously a level of profit between their pay point and what we're paying. So then with that, are they on no competes? What is the barrier to eliminating that and having these people in house?
I'll start a little bit and let Jamie add in. On some of these contracts, with item bottomless and the seat licenses, that's a little bit different because that's where that's a little bit different because that's where we're assigning a student to a program. And so that's either we haven't been able to provide the level of service or meet the student needs internally, and so we contract it out. With Solient, when we're contracting out for some of those services, I'll let you speak to that with your experience.
Yeah, in some cases, they do have a non-compete that you cannot hire the staff because I tried to do that in a district before. You just have to read the contract, see what it indicates. So it really just depends on the agency that or the vendor that we're using, but they typically do have that in their contracts. But I would have to review the latest one to see if that's, and they're virtual, so we wouldn't prefer to go that route anyways.
Right.
So that wouldn't be an issue with that last vendor.
So, and I know being 4 days in, I don't expect you to answer this, but what efforts have we made to fill the positions that maybe we feel we should or could?
When we have known openings, we post, we advertise, we recruit, we talk word of mouth. We're not too proud to try to recruit people away from other districts. But our preference, I think, is always if this is an ongoing need that we would hire our own staff and have them on staff first. Some of these areas are difficult areas to try to get a hold of people. And as Jamie said, the virtual options are not necessarily an ideal option, but if that's what we have to get as a resort to make sure we're providing the service to the kids, we do that. But I think it's fair to say our preference would be that we would have as many people as possible internally on our own staff so we have a more immediate relationship control rather than outside agency, because again, they're taking the salary and they're marking up a profit margin on there. And we want people to feel like they're committed to Groveport as much as possible as well.
Or some of these positions, we anticipate them being posted, or they are posted now, or?
I remember on our HR reports, the speech pathologist position had been open for almost a whole school year, I believe.
We're posting, reposting, we're posting on professional websites and talking to colleges and universities and letting them know that we need these staff members. And yeah, we're going to keep posting and we're going to keep trying to recruit because we want them with us.
And these contracts are growing pretty exponentially. Is that true?
Well, I think the speech pathology is growing. We haven't been able to fill those. I don't know the answer as far as like the seats at some of the other, like the Boundless and Buckeye Ranch. I don't know that that's growing. I do know that one of our goals, and I'll just say this, I think we've talked about this before, for the 4500 building is to expand our ability to service students with autism better than what we're doing right now, because a lot of those students are sent out to outside programs, and we'd really like to bring some of that service in house. Thank you.
So have we looked at other companies to provide this service? We have 4 contracts, um, 4 full-time positions, 37.5 hours. You consider that full-time. 1 part-time position at a cost to the district of $734,850. And what are we, when we're advertising, are we advertising at a good salary or what? Because we're paying a lot for these positions. And are we looking at other companies? Are we offering to do it as a online service? Because that's what this is going to be online, right? This is teleservice. They're not even going to be in front of our students, and some students are going to require somebody in front of them.
We have
There's
to have
some students that do good with it and others that don't. So
even with the online service, we have to have a local staff member with the student. As far as posting and what we pay, I mean, that's outlined in our contract. No,
For salary.
Staff salaries for these. Yes, yeah, come on up. Hey, make sure you're right this time, though. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Okay, so I can tell you what I feel is one of the issues, and we're talking about, well, I'll talk about psychs. First of all, I think what you need to do is when we go out and recruit, we have to be willing to purchase that person or get that person to come to our district. One of the things, and I'm just going to use it as in my previous school district, and I did this 3 days before I left. I probably shouldn't be saying that, but I hired a psych there, and the salary for the psych was $84 or $84,000, and that was with 1 year experience. She was on administrative contract, and they were getting half of their pickup. We can't compete with that here because we're looking at that's with a master's degree and possibly even a master's degree plus. So what we're looking at here is more like $62 or $62,000. So that's something that if and I don't disagree with you, Mr. Kirshner, is that if we need to look into that, but right now our sites I believe are in with the teachers union. I'm pretty sure Joy is not here willing to give us those right away. No, okay. But I mean, I'm just saying those are things that we could do in the future, which could possibly reduce, and we would get our psychs in our district. And I really feel that if you have your psychs in our district, they're more of the team.
You lost me as to how Whitehall can afford more than we can. You lost me with that. Why? Seriously.
It was they don't have as many psychs as we need.
You're saying we don't have. Help me understand that. You're saying we don't have the budget for that?
No, I'm
You're
saying we don't have.
versus 66.
I'm saying Whitehall didn't have as many as a need for as many psychs as Groveport has.
Okay.
So in that situation, they were able to move a psych to an administrative. They had administrative contracts for psychs at least for 25 years. So that was an ongoing situation. We never had psychs that really left because they were making really good money.
And what is our challenge to that? Why does
Well,
that model not work here?
They're in the teachers union. That is one, and we have a pay salary that we use when we hire a teacher, a psych, an SLP. So when we pay them, we have an agreement with them. If they have 5 years experience and they have a master's plus 30, they're going to make a certain amount. With a psych that is in an administrative contract,
right,
you can dictate their salary schedule.
And you could probably also add incentives where
you can add incentives as
and that's the other,
longevity and
like I know the medical stuff,
Yeah.
that would have to be bargained, and
You
But-
can
but
pay their
bef-
personal
before-
leave
I-
per diems.
The ink's barely even dry on it, and listen.
I know. But
I wanted to put that out there so you have more
we're not
information.
negotiating publicly. or
No,
anything
I was
with
just-
contract.
I know.
Look at Joy.
Remember, I
Yeah,
quote.
so
I did say thank you.
that's why I was intervening. I want to make sure that we're not. He
Yeah.
was explaining how Whitehall did it.
Right. That's it.
So we're not.
Right.
We're not trying to
But to go back to,
circumvent the contract. And
I
so-
think the important part is when we start the recruiting process, we have to be very aggressive, and not just with our psychs, but with all of our employees.
But I want to go back to this. Are we bidding this out with subcontractors for this is a staffing service, staffing company, right? Have we looked at other staffing companies?
Yes. Yes, multiple.
All right, since Mitzi left and we've done special ed by committee, Jamie, come on up. You can help answer this. Oh, the other Jamie.
Yeah, the two Jamies.
The three Jamies.
Yes, so I worked with no fewer than 5 staffing companies, participated in interviews. I got as many of the people in person. You'll notice one of the halftime SLPs and another one are in person. I did all kinds of legwork. They are literally not available, and we are not the only district that is experiencing this. That a lot of people are going more towards a virtual role because it's open and accessible, and people, companies have provided the resources to be able to facilitate that. And so, yes, I worked with all kinds of companies to try to get people to interview. And these were the only companies that had available people for our caseloads that could start at the beginning of the school year.
So this was the only staffing company that would bid the project. Is that what you're saying?
That had people available to be able to bid. I mean, all of the
So they
companies
would-
have their pricing. The problem is that they don't have the staff to be able to fill the positions. So I did get quotes from other companies and tried to work with other companies. The problem is they did not have the staff to be able to fill the positions.
All right, there's no additional comments or questions. If we can move to roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Dettelberger?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
And Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes. Yes.
Okay, our next item is first read of a policy, and I'm going to have Mr. Hausman come back up.
And Madam President, real quick, I am going to recuse myself from this discussion as the Director of Recreation for the City of Groveport. And through some of our partnerships, there are times where we have used school space, so I feel it most appropriate for me to step out at this time.
You are excused, sir.
Okay. Okay. So as far as the community use, trying to update the policy. The one we had was very outdated. And as I compared the rates that we were charging for our facility rentals compared to other rates in other districts, we were way low compared to other districts. I'm part of a business managers group, as you know, most people have their groups, and most business managers around Central Ohio, we share that information, and we were very low. Things that we needed to be looking at was the rental rates, the utilities, things like that. And that's one of the reasons the pricing structure changed, was just so, you know, we have very nice facilities. I mean, our high school in particular. And, you know, when people come in and rent that, you know, they should be paying a fair price, but we should also be making enough to cover the cost of utilities or the cost of personnel associated with cleaning up afterwards. Not only that, there's supplies as far as restroom supplies, trash bags, things of that nature. those all cost the district money too. And if there's a company or a vendor that wants to rent the facility out, they should be paying for those.
I read through the policy, and one of the things that I was concerned about was like the equipment that's being used. And we've had trouble in the past when we've rented out at the old high school, the auditorium where the sound equipment was destroyed. And at that time, when we built this new high school, we said that we would not, as a board, we decided this, so I'm the only one left here, that we would not allow them to use our sound system unless they hired our employee to do it.
Yes.
And so it doesn't say that in here, and I would like to see that added because that equipment is way too expensive for people to just start messing around.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I wouldn't rent out the facility without having somebody there who knows the equipment and knows how to use it.
And we did a vote on Mr. Deposition's contract or fee.
Yeah, just earlier this year, we approved that fee for auditorium.
Yeah.
Yep.
We need to add it to the policy because that when that was all destroyed, it took the district a lot of time to get all of that replaced, and it's not worth it.
So I actually, it's here as presented, and I know that the district has always weighed heavily on trying to provide very low cost for in-district organizations identified, and then there's a graduated scale if it's people for profit or outside organizations even more. I know that we were way under on the for-profit people and the out-of-district people, and you have them broken down by the type of room they're using. To have a gymnasium is different than a classroom, which I think makes a lot of sense. Did anybody have any thoughts on some of the internal? I don't say internal because all internal are free, but then kind of Groveport local groups, even though it's much lower cost, having fees assigned to that, if that makes sense.
I was good with it. I felt that we're still pretty low.
We are.
I think, but especially for those groups that are within our community, I'm for giving them a low price because I think that we want them to be able to use our facilities. So
I would say, for my preference, it would be that that would be one of the prerequisites to using the facility would be that you are based within our school district boundaries. That for me. I'm sorry. I said from my preference would be that to use the facility, you would be located within the school district boundaries.
And if that's the board's wish, I don't have to approve anybody out of district. I mean, I'm asking that the policy be put in place. So if you do want it rented out on an occasion, we have a pricing policy to do so. But there's no reason that we don't have to rent it out to people outside of Groveport.
I think that where we're located and with us being in Franklin County, there are other organizations, and with our demographic, they may not be in our school district. Our school district is very unique where we're located. So what would determine they would have to be within we would have to discuss as a board, perimeter of that, but there could be other organizations that may want to come in, host something that will be actually a benefit to our students, but they may not be in the area. So I would hate for us to not use that opportunity just because their community org does not reside in.
Right. Yeah, and for the local groups, again, I tried to keep the cost as low as possible, basically just paying for the things that I mentioned earlier, whether it was utilities or supplies. And
I guess we could do similar to the rec center. We could have a residential rate.
So we could just add what Ms. Gray stated, especially with the equipment.
Absolutely.
For media, that's in there, and those fees are included. especially if they're, you might as well just add that into the pricing for the auditorium that they have to pay for, which we said that I think in that when we voted on Mr. Lively on that particular job description for that position,
And
but
let-
have that added in that cost. So that cost should go up a little bit.
With a carve out, I would suggest with a carve out for if they bring their own equipment. So some organizations will be happy just to bring in
A portable sound system.
Right.
So
fine.
I'm curious why this wasn't, has this all been discussed with our policy committee and then brought to us? I'm not sure why it's in front of the board first, besides before going through the policy committee.
We don't, you're aware that the policy committee is the board. So we don't have a policy committee. All
So,
policies are brought to the board and we discuss them. We go do our first read, take it back, come back to a second read and vote.
oh, I thought we had a policy committee that was
No,
put
ma'am,
in
when
place
you-
at the
you were
beginning
there
of
for-
at the first meeting of the year. Is that
And since
correct?
then, we've met with Miss Kenna and OSBA, and it was decided then, and no one said anything, that we were not going to have a policy committee, and that we would do all of our routine updates, and any new policies will be brought forward in the manner in which the superintendent and Mr. Houseman has presented.
I don't know what the OSBA and them have to do with the policy committee, but okay.
Because we discussed our structure when we
I mean,
transferred.
I know we had that and then we went through that, but I thought at the beginning of the year we did form one.
And then when we went back to transferring everything over, we discussed it again, and that change was made then. So this was discussed with the entire board at that time after our January meeting.
So you're saying that we went from board policy committee to policy committee of the whole?
We were bringing it to the board, correct, and that we were going to look at the policy, first read, make corrections, brought back, then voted on. And that was we did a full work session and paid money to discuss and work through that as an entire board with our association.
Oh, you're saying that you're referring to the process that you went through in adopting the new policy?
And then it was also, we decided then how we were going to structure committee or how we were going to move forward.
That's the meeting where we were told that the new policy was a codification of the old policy, which it isn't because it has drastic changes. And we're not even going through the policy with
No,
the policy
sir.
committee. We have lots of policies. I sat in the meeting where we were told that the new policy was a codification of the old policy, and now we don't have a structure to where we're routinely reviewing the existing policy. It's ad hoc. And we did form in January a policy committee.
I appreciate your perspective. However, that is not true. We did discuss and form. I will agree that we did have the policy committee, but when we transferred everything from Neola to OSBA, we did an entire work session, paid for a contract to work through transferring over everything, as well as how we would further structure. At that time, every board member was asked, and no one said anything. And so this is where we are, and this is where we move forward. So if there's no additional discussion on this matter for this policy for Mr. Hausman, we can move forward to the next item on the
I
agenda.
do have a further comment. A, I wasn't on the board for any of this you're talking about, and B, you placed Seth and I on a board policy committee, so what you're saying makes no sense.
Mr. Kirshner, you were there for that meeting with OSBA and Ms. Kenna after that policy committee was formed, and then it was sunsetted at that meeting. So again,
Sunsetted?
we no longer have the policy committee after we met with Ms. Kenna once we transferred everything from Neola to OSBA. Every board member was present. Every board member agreed at that time. If there was a change, no one said anything, and we can pull the meeting minutes for that, or you can go look. But that was discussed then, and we did an entire work session on this.
Okay, so
there's nothing else
just to be clear, you rushed the new policy in at the end of the previous
Mr.
year
Kirshner, I did
before I
not
got
say-
here. I wasn't part of that.
Mr. Kirshner, you were voted in correct in January. Nothing was rushed, sir. We worked on that an entire year prior to your tenure. And then when we got here, you took the new seat. So at that time, we did a workshop to get you caught up At the time, you could ask questions.
A workshop to get caught up on policy you'd already passed. Yes.
Okay.
That's what I want to be clear on. You're saying that I took part in this process and I didn't. However, after that, you formed a board policy committee.
We formed a policy committee in January. After January, the policy committee was sunset. That's it.
Okay.
And we all did a workshop with OSBA, and none of you said anything.
Oh,
And
yes,
now
I
we
did.
want to
I
discuss the
certainly have.
policy committee. So moving forward, if there's nothing else for you, Mr. Hausman, is there anything for us, Mr. Hausman, regarding this policy?
Well, I just thought it was something that we voted on, that we as a
It
board
wasn't
as
a vote, it
whole
was a
voted.
discussion.
Excuse me?
It was not a vote, it was a discussion.
Yeah, so you sunsetted
No,
it.
that we voted on forming a policy committee.
It was
There
not,
a
that was not a vote
resolution
either.
To form a policy committee.
I don't
There is
recall that
not?
being a vote. I'll have
A
to look.
board policy is set by the board president. The board president
No.
decides on board policy.
No, I think
On
there is a
committees.
On the
resolution.
On committees.
On
I would like
committees.
to,
Their board committees are set by the board president.
Yes, they are, but they're not dissolved by the board president. They're dissolved by a board.
And we all discussed it then, and it was not a vote. So moving forward,
I
Jamie,
think
what do
we
you have for
voted
Mr.
on
Hausman? We're going to move forward. Thank you. We can discuss
I
this at a later time.
Specific to this, I know that we talked about when the auditorium is being used that they have to employ our sound system person. I think we should also clarify, and it's kind of indirectly in there, anytime a kitchen is being used, one of our cooks have to be employed to be inside to make sure that everything is cleaned appropriately, that equipment should.
I think I have that in one of the
And do
lines
they have to
in
be-
there. It's just not in the chart, but it's in one of the lines.
And that is according to their contract too, isn't it? Isn't it in the?
Could be probably, but I mean,
Is it-
we
I
don't
believe
want
it.
our kitchen being used if we don't have one, and maybe it is in the contract, but we wouldn't want one of our kitchens being used without one of our cooks being there to make sure all the food safety and protocols and equipment gets cleaned appropriately.
And do we have to require that they are licensed with have all the paperwork to use the kitchen if they're like selling and serving food?
So,
Depending on the group, I mean, a lot of times you're going to
I
have
just
a
don't- you don't have
community
to-
organization just
I just
putting
thought
on
I'd ask.
a spaghetti dinner or something, and they're probably not going to have paperwork.
But I'm thinking like if someone wanted to use it to rent to sell dinners or something like
Yeah,
that.
they should have paperwork.
So maybe identify that a little bit more specifically so that when it's detailed wherever it needs to be in the policy as well as the contract. If there's nothing else for this, I'd like to bring Mr. Bauer back in.
I have one final comment, and that is, as this policy is being brought forward, our board policy dictates that we will take feedback from the community and the employees of the district in forming policy. And when we had this discussion, that was promised, and I think that is all left in the dust by not having a policy committee where we do invite staff in and people from the community. So this board of the whole thing is leaving out a lot of opportunity that we should be taking advantage of. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hausman. Thank you for your perspective, Mr. Kirshner. Let me get Mr. Bauer. On to item 17, Mr. Superintendent.
Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve payment in lieu of transportation reimbursement. The Ohio law allows for public school districts to determine the impracticality of transporting resident students attending schools not located within the district after consideration of a number of factors. Upon that determination, the school district is permitted to offer payment in lieu of transportation to the parent or guardian. The Transportation Department has completed studies and residents in the affected areas will be offered payment in lieu of for completed studies. For the 2023-2024 school year. The initial list of families being offered payment in lieu of transportation is attached in executive content. And I have to change this. It's not correct. It's 2024-2025. There you go. School year.
Yeah.
So I apologize that. The other thing, we actually had an update as of Monday or Tuesday. So there is an updated payment in lieu list in your packet that added students from one other school that was not in the original board packet.
Correct. That was Bishop Hartley. We added Bishop Hartley.
Correct.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have Ms. Gray first, Mr. Bowers second. Any questions for Mr. Superintendent?
How many students are being not transported from Bishop Hartley, please?
That's on the list.
Oh, you said nothing. What'd you say?
How many are we eliminating? Just one.
Well, we're adding one to Bishop Hartley. We had to add the one.
But as far as the number of students that we would have been transporting. Okay, thank you.
What are we, is there another question?
I'm having trouble finding it in my packet. Hold on.
Any additional questions? Are you good?
No, I'm good.
Okay, we could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Dotterberger?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner?
No.
And Ms. Walsh?
No.
Motion passes. On to item 18.
The superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve up to 7 classified staff members to serve as Evolve Weapons Detection System monitors for the 2024-2025 school year, up to 1 hour per day at a rate of $22 an hour in accordance with the standing OPSI MOU.
So moved.
Second.
I have Ms. Gray first, Mr. Bowers second. Any
So-
additional comments, Mr. Superintendent?
In addition to our administrators and security staff, these are our folks who come in for an hour at the high school to help with that volume, and then go out and typically have aid positions in other parts of the district.
And we are in our second year with Evolve, is that true?
That is correct.
And we have a 4-year lease?
That is correct.
Are we introducing any other technology so that at the end of 4 years, we still have something?
We have not reviewed replacements or alternatives to the end of our lease at this point. We are looking at other technologies in the security world like AI video and artificial intelligence video and things like that. But we have not, we're in the beginning of year 2 of the 4 years, so we haven't reviewed anything else for the replacement.
All right, but it's on your radar.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Any additional questions from the board? All right, if we could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please.
Mrs. Walsh?
No.
Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
And Mrs. Dotterberger?
Aye, motion passes. And then we're on to the treasurer's agenda whenever you're ready.
Okay. Let me get it hooked up. Okay. First thing I have. Okay. So as you see, the first month of our cash flow in the month of July, right in 3.7 million, 7.1 went out. So we were negative 3.3 for the month, which again is normal. In August, we should get our big tax settlement. They usually come in August and March. Last year actually came in July, but this year it's going to come in August. So again, these numbers are fairly reflecting my 5-year forecast. Nothing surprised me or stood out to me. The receipts again, 3.4 million is from state foundation. We had 253,000 from just other revenue. expenditures, again, 75.6% of our expenditures are personnel, services, retirement benefits, and insurance. Then we have purchase services 1.4 and then 108,000 supplies and materials. As you can see the charts, change from prior year. Get to it. As you see, like I said, last year we had our income tax come in July, so that's why it's a negative 15 million. Again, so in August you'll see a positive. Hopefully it's more than 15 million. State foundation went up 495,000 and then 75,000, which is nice. And other than that, everything else personnel services went up 100,000 from prior year. Insurance 120. Purchase services went up because we did make 2 payments at CBS in July, totaled around which about 650,000 a month, which last year we didn't make that purchase because they were late in getting us in the bills. So that's why that's so 854,000 bigger than last year. Other than that, everything else is pretty standard. Any questions on this? Then go back to my screen. And then the other thing I have is we talked about it last time. But this is the action item on it is the admin salary structure item. So I need a motion on that, and I will say the treasurer recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the administrative salary schedule and pickup schedule attached.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Gray first, Mr. Bowers second. Anything you would like to add, Mr. Treasurer, or are there any questions
No,
from
again,
the board?
the salaries have already been approved. The salaries didn't change. Just
And it was what, like a 3% increase?
yeah, 3%. Yep. So that's all. But yeah, salaries didn't change from when you guys approved. It's just titles. We needed the coordinator instead of supervisor. So yeah, we talked about last time. So we had a discussion last time on it. This time it's just action. Unless you guys have any more questions.
All right. If not, we have. Is there any questions? Did I miss anything?
The only thing that sticks out to me is that we have, in my opinion, we have riffed people for financial purposes or whatever, and then I see what appears to me to be on here extra weight, and I don't think we're applying. I don't feel like we're applying those principles justly.
Well, thank you for your comment, Mr. Kirshner. I do believe that our leadership is doing what is needed. If there's no additional comments, we could have roll call at this time, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Dattleberger?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer? Aye. Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Kirshner?
No.
And Ms. Walsh?
No.
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education adjourn to executive session for the purpose of conferences with the board's attorney to discuss matters which are the subject of pending or imminent court action in accordance with Ohio Revised Code 121.22.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Ms. Gray first, Mr. Bowers second. We could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Dattleberger?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Kirshner?
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
All right. The time is 10:59.
Okay, started. Give it a few seconds to start streaming.
Tell me. Tell me when it is.
Oh, streaming. I got you.
I think it's gone.
The time is 11:35. We reconvene from executive session on to comments, announcements, and other business.
I just had that, I would like for us to look at the cell phone policy. I know that's been a hot topic right now and the state's, requiring changes, so. we
Say
can
that
look at
again. Look at the what?
Cell phone policy.
Okay, thank
From
you.
DeWine.
Yeah.
Yeah, state.
Yep, our update. And then I wanted us to, when we were talking about other policies, have a discussion on how with marijuana being legalized, what that looks like for us from an HR perspective, student perspective. Had those kind of conversations. I did reach out to OSBA to see what they're working on as well. But I don't know if your associations were doing something similar, but that could be something we could also discuss.
I brought up at the last month's meeting, I would like to get an understanding of email security. And, I'm sorry, it's on. I'd like to get an understanding of email security and when staff is allowed to, look at staff's emails and what our policy is on that. If we could add that to the agenda and have some discussion about that. And also, I believe we should be forming a transportation committee and preparing for transition if it is our desire and goal to bring transportation in-house. That's a pretty heavy pull, and we need to be ready for that transition. So, it's just my feedback, something that we can hopefully add to the next board meeting.
And I would like, excuse me, to have more information about student council. We used to have them come to the meetings. I haven't heard from student council, I don't think all last school year. And I would like to know what's going on with our student council.
And great first start to school. Wanted to say that to our team and all those that may still be up listening, teachers, bus drivers, administrators. Great job kicking off the first week of school.
Just real quick, with the Groveport Madison Human Needs backpack drive, we passed out over 500 backpacks to kids in our district.
I'd also like to say, wonderful start to the school. Going around seeing the smiling faces. It's always a sense of relief when school starts because we're in the crazy, busy, harried, getting ready, planning, and at some point you just need kids to come and you hope you're ready and you're planning for everything. But it's, kids are smiling and engaging. The teachers were smiling. For those of you with kids, or I don't know if you don't have kids, you haven't heard, our transportation went great. I think that's a huge way to set the tone, having those sort of things go on. We haven't really had. I've asked as I went around to buildings with everybody eating lunch now if that seemed to be a change, and it was, I think, a general positive attitude, but not a lot. Early on, there hasn't been a lot to it, but I think as we continue into the year, assuming everybody now realizes it, and once the parents and families find out if they didn't know, I think that's going to be a really significant thing for us. That they know that every kid at minimum is getting 2 meals a day that we're providing for them. I think that's great.
I've heard from parents they're actually very happy. They're like, it's so nice that we have breakfast and lunch this year. So I've heard from parents.
Same here.
All right, on the item O, adjournment. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Ms. Gray, Mr. Bauer. We have roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Stoutenberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Ms. Welsh.
Well,
Motion. Motion passes. The time is 11:40. This meeting is adjourned.
You.
All right, we are done.
originally.